Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. I think we're good to call it to order. Hold on. Just want to make sure Holyoke Media is good. Is that you? I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. I didn't know I needed you. I always know I need you, but. All right. So it is 7:08 p.m. I'm going to call this meeting of the Holyoke City Council to order. Today is Tuesday, June 16th. We are live from the Holyoke City Council chambers. This meeting is being recorded, and I just want to make sure that Holyoke Media is ready. Please hold. Got my fan. Good. Okay. All right, so it is now, it's now 7:09 p.m. I'm going to call this meeting of the Holyoke City Council to order. It is Tuesday, June 16th. We're here live in the Holyoke City Council chambers at City Hall. My name's Tessa Murphy-Ramboletti. I am the president, and this meeting is being translated into Spanish live, thanks to our friends at Holyoke Media, and I'm still not sure if they're good, so I apologize. There's just some things out of my control. Gotta turn my fan up a little higher here. The air doesn't rise, you know. I just want to make sure we're being broadcasted. Okay. Yeah, me too. All right. So anyway, call this meeting to order for the third time. Third time's a charm. And the clerk will call the roll. Maybe.
She's muted.
Okay, now we are definitely being recorded. Great. Thanks, everyone. The clerk will call the roll. Madam Clerk?
I hope they can hear us.
I mean, I can call the roll.
I'll text her to Tess if you want.
Jeffrey's texting her.
Oh, okay.
All right, Anderson Burgos,
Here.
Devine,
Here.
Graney,
Here.
McGrath Smith, she will be joining. Masonette,
Here.
Murphy Ramboletti's here. Panich,
Here.
Purcell,
Here.
Israel Rivera,
Here.
Jenny Rivera,
Here.
Sullivan,
Here.
Tallheimer,
Present.
Bacon.
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God bless America.
And God bless the city of Holyoke and all its residents.
And God
The
bless
immigrants.
citizens for showing us what democracy looks like.
All right, so, before I do anything, we do have counselors that are zooming in, so I would entertain a motion to take a roll call vote that for the purposes of this meeting would be applicable to all motions to receive, refer items to committee, remove items from the table, place items on the table, package items together, comply with items, adopt items not requiring a roll call, or suspend the rules unless there is an objection.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, Counselor Tallheimer's name was pulled first for voting this evening. And trying to make sure I don't have any other housekeeping. Yes, I will head into my president's report. Oh. Counselor Tallheimer, is your hand raised?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
In my absence, it is fine formally to state on the record that you can sign on my items from the various jackets and committees.
Thank you. I was also going to ask Counselor Panich of that as well.
Yes, thank you very much. You certainly signed for me.
Okay. I don't think there's anyone else that, thank you for doing that. So for the president's report, I have a couple of lighthearted updates to let you all know about are happening in this city. The fireworks will be on Friday, June 26th at Holyoke Community College. The event starts at 6 with music and food vendors. Fireworks start at dusk. That was always the question people asked when I was in the mayor's office. What time do they start? Whenever the sun goes down. Saturday, the 27th, is the rain date. There is an event commemorating the 80th anniversary of the B-17 crash at Mount Tom, which is going to take place on Saturday, July 11th at 10 a.m. It's not only the 80th anniversary of the tragedy, but it's the 30th anniversary of the establishment of the memorial. So if you are able to make it, that's wonderful. We'd love to have you there. So this is our last regular city council meeting of the of the fiscal year, but also of this part of the year. So when we do go on summer recess, renovation work, this is important, renovation work in council chambers is going to start. Jeffrey has been informed that work is expected to stretch into August, which means we will need to meet elsewhere. And Jeffrey and I have been working on where we can do that. He confirmed with Holyoke Media that subcommittees can meet at their studio. They don't think that the studio can accommodate full council meetings. So Jeffrey's already reached out to the school department about holding our August 4th meeting in the Fifield room. It's the only other available space that could allow for live broadcasted hybrid meetings. A few subcommittee meetings, as I'm sure some of you know, have already been put on the calendar. So if you haven't discussed your August meeting dates with Jeffrey, if you are a chair, please try to do so earlier so that he can let you know what dates are open, and we'll make sure that we have everything coordinated with Holyoke Media. Please don't wait until the last minute to do these things. As far as like the scope of work for the chambers, I don't really have a lot of other information, but Jeffrey was told to expect it to stretch into at least partly into August. So fingers crossed that things stay on time, but please be aware of that. And then the special meeting to vote on our budget is next Tuesday, June 23rd at 6 p.m. Right now, the only thing expected to be on the agenda is motions to cut, and then the final vote. Jeffrey will be mailing out agendas to everyone tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. Should be fun. And as far as tonight's meeting goes, we have a long agenda. We currently have 28 individuals signed up for public comment. And that's awesome. Yep. And tonight, my job is to make sure that this meeting runs as smoothly as possible. I respect you. I always show up with respect. I expect everyone in council chambers and here from the public to respect me as the moderator of this evening. If I tell you time is up, time's up. Please respect that. Counselors, last week at the ordinance committee meeting, 12 out of 13 of you were here at the ordinance committee meeting. That is awesome. Thank you for making the time to be a part of the conversation. That being said, we do not need to rehash the entire meeting from last Thursday. Everyone had the opportunity, and I'm not saying that you guys can't say anything, but what I'm saying is you don't have to weigh in 2 or 3 times. Say your piece, and let's take a vote. There are a lot of other things on the agenda this evening that also will require some debate. I am very aware of that. I don't often ask you to be super considerate about the time that you're taking up. I try really hard to let you guys just do it, but like, this is a long agenda. It's the end of the fiscal year, so we do have financial transfers that are on this agenda that either hopefully need to be discussed this evening so that we can move them forward, or they get sent to committee. And transfers do transfers die if they don't get voted on? Oh, by the end of the fiscal year. Yes, that's a good point. While we do have a special meeting scheduled for next week, there were memos that were sent out. So I'm just trying to encourage everyone, think a little carefully about what your participation is like this evening. And at the last meeting, I didn't get a ton of respect as someone who's actually running the meeting. And I've said it before, I'll say it again, I give every single one of you lots of respect and the opportunities to have your thoughts and your feelings. So do me the same. We're all on the same team here. I'm so glad to see so many people here this evening, and I want to get into public comment. If this is your first time at public comment, I will be timing everyone according to our rules. The council will allow up to 10 speakers. Each speaker is allowed to speak for 2 minutes unless a motion to suspend the rules is passed by a 2/3 majority vote of the council. Speakers are asked to give their name and address or ward number for the record prior to speaking. I've already decided I'm not going to try to say your last name because as someone who has a very complicated last name that never gets said correctly, I'm going to save us all the time. I understand that we want to do like rounds of applause and everything like that. It takes up a lot more time of the council and it's really distracting for me. So do what you feel is right, but like I'm going to try to do my best to move this meeting forward, and I appreciate that you're all here. And that goes the same, obviously, for folks on Zoom who are attending the 28 that I have signed up are just here in council chambers. We also have the option for Zoom. And I'm going to keep track of time, and I will give you a warning with my laminated signs that tell you you're halfway through. And we'll just go from there. So first up, I have Kirsten Beatty. Just give me 2 seconds so I can pull up my stopwatch thing. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so future energy needs, they mean that Holyoke...
Can you just, I'm so sorry, just state your name for the record. I know I did, but we need you to...
Okay, it's
to do that.
Kirsten Beatty in Holyoke, Central Park Drive. Okay, so future energy needs, they mean that Holyoke's plans to rely on the nuclear could actually be hard to renew. Holyoke currently uses 17% of their energy from the nuclear contracts. In the future, however, the electricity demand is projected to go up by 50%. And so they're actually proposing to meet the demand to increase the nuclear capacity equivalent to about 200 nuclear reactors. That can't be done in this time frame. So because of that, if we approve the data center, we may not have the energy to continue to support it, and they may actually ask to put in their own nuclear reactor because state legislation currently to try to allow those. And there are small reactors that people can create now. The other thing is that the wars over the water will probably begin before the end of the decade, as predicted by the UN and as predicted by the World Economic Forum. We should not do anything to anything other than protecting the water we have to drink and to cook. The problem is that it's only 3 gallons of PFAS can pollute 1 million gallons of the water. So because of that, the proposed facility could actually increase the risk just from a spill because it does testing, and the testing that it will do is the kind where they have to use a lot of PFAS and chemicals.
Thank you. We're at time.
All right.
Thank you. All right, up next, I have Richard, Ward 6.
Richard Kornitsky, Ward 6. So I'm an electrical power engineer by trade. I live and work in Holyoke. My views are of my own and not of the company that I work for. This data center is proposed to be 20 megawatts. Holyoke Gas and Electric has said their all-time summer peak load is 75 megawatts. This is not a small data center for Holyoke. This is a 26.7% increase in our peak load. That energy has to come from somewhere. Holyoke will be signing more power purchasing agreements. They will be building more generators. They will be buying electricity from the wholesale electricity market to be obtaining this excess power. That increased cost will be socialized to all of us here, Holyoke residents, through Holyoke Gas and Electric. There is no such thing as buy one, get one free when it comes to electricity. When AI models are trained through data centers such as the one that's being proposed, they have to be run continuously. That means that if they are to be using some sort of peak shaving methodology through their backup generators, they will do that. They might not necessarily be running off the grid constantly. That means they're going to rely on their backup power diesel generators more likely. They won't have natural gas, I assume, because of Holyoke. And those diesel generators do emit quite a lot of PM 2.5 and PM 10 particles, which are dangerous and toxic to humans. The EPA has shown that, OSHA has shown that, many governmental agencies have shown the dangers of that. And I think most importantly here, the Massachusetts Office of Technical Assistance has shown that the surrounding area, designated as Block 2, Census Tract 8115, Hampden County, Massachusetts, is a designated environmental justice community, is one of the poorest communities in all of Holyoke. The average 91.3% of the community there is minority. The average median income is $16,111. It puts it at 19.1% of the mean household median income within the state, and 27.1% of the households are within a language
Thank
barrier.
you. Appreciate
Thank
it. Okay, I have Kenzie, Ward 7.
My name's Kenzie, and I live in Ward 7. First, I'd like to thank all the city councilors for their service to the community, for standing up and representing the people of Holyoke. I want us to find a common ground tonight, a way that we can look at this not through the lens of us being for or against growth in Holyoke, which is how it's being interpreted, but through the lens of how we can make this the most beneficial for the city, environment, and safety of our residents. I think there is one thing everyone on the council wants, or at least I'm telling myself that to still have hope and belief that there's good in most people, and that is that you care about Holyoke and what is best for its residents. I think you have to understand why so many people are showing up here. We've been paying attention to the wild west of the AI data center bubble, where companies see cheap land, cheap energy, and no guardrails. In many unprepared cities, short-term thinking has led to higher energy bills, water shortages, contaminated water, light and noise pollution, as well as health problems with little to no benefits to the community. Massachusetts should be a state to lead the country, to provide a model for others to follow. Mansfield beat us to make history with a near ban, but we can use that to help us create a process. Lowell is standing up and Westfield is joining the fight. There will be more. Also, I don't believe HG&E is going to protect us, at least against potential environmental and health effects down the road. We cannot depend on the current federal or state administrations to protect us either. There's overwhelming support for a ban, at least a moratorium to give us time to work together to find ways to do this right. We need to unite together to make sure that this is done correctly, or there could be long-term negative effects. The Connecticut River connects us to many communities, and we need to be a good neighbor. There are many unanswered questions, and a ban, which can be reversed, will allow us time to create a path to work for what is best for all. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Jessica.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jessica Montagna, Ward 6. And I echo all the environmental and economic concerns that have already been said tonight. I'm going to talk about process because that is how I see things. One of the reasons why I chose to live and continue investing in Holyoke is access to affordable and renewable energy. I believe those resources should benefit residents and local businesses, not serve the interests of large corporations. Thank you. I'm concerned by a pattern in this city of pursuing large-scale projects before there is clear, community-supported vision for how they fit into the future of Holyoke. We should be planning the city we want for decades from now, not reacting to opportunity in the moment. When decisions are made without fully considering the environmental, the infrastructure, and public health impacts, it's the residents and the taxpayers who ultimately bear the costs. We need to ask ourselves what Holyoke will look like when the current data center boom bursts. I urge the council to support a ban on a new data center and take time to pursue thoughtful, and you guys have heard me say this plenty of times, thoughtful, long-term, community-supported, us, for our city that will protect the environment, strengthen our neighborhoods, and create lasting benefits for residents, especially our most vulnerable, because we are, as has been said, an environmental justice community. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Christian?
My name is Christine, and I live in Ward 6. I stand here tonight to demand a yes vote from every city councilor to ban any new industrial strength AI data centers in Holyoke. Right now, a ban is the best way we have to protect the people of Holyoke and our resources. People all around the state and the nation are watching us right now. Remember what the developer said who is proposing a data center in his first article? Well, if we can't get a data center into Holyoke, we won't get one anywhere, will we? Well, I'm here to say that Holyoke is standing up for ourselves and our neighbors, because industrial scale data centers have brought nothing but disaster for so many communities. They don't bring jobs, they don't transform anything, and they don't redevelop anything. And no one anywhere wants to be near them. For this reason and many more, Holyoke citizens are strongly in favor of a ban on this technology at this time. We do have surplus green energy here in Holyoke, but that doesn't mean we have to sell it to any taker. We want our green energy to be the lever for transformation of our city, not the creation of a dead zone on our waterfront. We want our green energy to bring businesses that make Holyoke a better place to live for its people. I implore all of you to listen to the citizens of Holyoke. I implore you to represent us. Citizens from all wards, from all backgrounds are here to implore you.
Thank you.
Represent us.
Next, I have Claire. Yes.
Okay, it was hard to hear. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's not. It's okay.
Oh, why am I apologizing? I wasn't clapping.
No,
but
no,
go
of
ahead.
course. Hi, everybody. My name is Claire. I am a resident of Holyoke. I live in Ward 6. I am not with Indivisible. They were kind enough to promote our cause, but that was something they were accommodating for us. I want to say a quick thing about empowering our people. I really want to see this council speaking about ways that we can remove systemic barriers so that the people who live and try and to thrive here can be the people who are buying properties, can be the people who are economically mobile. They cannot do so if they are strapped with inflated energy bills, when predatory companies and landlords come in and take advantage because they think they can, because we are a gateway city where industry came in and pulled out and left a vacuum. We are in an AI boom that data center, that might pull out, that might do the same exact thing. Somebody wants to play real quick. Is that person here with the data center sound? No, okay. I just wanted to say, I really want to talk. We have a lot of our city coming in with, here's the sound of a data center. Half a mile away. So I just want to applaud you all for giving this due consideration.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Gloria. Oh, you might want to, it's not on. I think so.
Good afternoon, City
go.
Councilors. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for all the work that you have been doing. I am Dr. Gloria Caballero Roca. I always like to introduce myself formally. I appreciate everything that is happening here in our city. This is Holyoke. This is your city. These are the people who wanted you to represent them. I am here because I found out something very interesting. And my question to my city councilors is, do you know who Chestnut River is? Who's that company? No? So this is a company that invests, that is out of Boston and is investing $200 million here in Holyoke. And instead of us just finding out if those $200 million can be invested in what people need, which is more healthcare support, better housing, supporting our rent control policies. I ask our representatives, do you live in the areas where they are being affected? And I ask the representatives of that mega computer that are here, you don't live here. You don't know us. Please, hang out with us. Stop polluting our air, our water. Stop killing our children. Remember that Holyoke has a very high rate of asthma, one of the highest in the state. Just make sure that whatever you do is really for the people. Let us put people over greed, over profit. Remember, we're all sacred. There is something that transcends us, and that transcends us always looking down. Please, look at us as human beings. Hear our plight. Hear our needs. Please, city councilors and newly elected officials, represent us. I want to hear from you supporting us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have Remy.
Good evening. My name is Remy Burnham, Ward 4. I'm an environmental drinking water scientist and I work in regulatory compliance. I'm here to talk about PFAS, the forever chemicals. PFAS is the key ingredient in the superconductor coolant that is used in these closed-loop data centers to replace evaporative cooling. This is then expelled as waste. Remember that Holyoke, not the data center, owns the downstream permits and is liable for contamination. Now to talk about some incoming federal water regulations. Regarding wastewater, EPA is planning to regulate industrial PFAS discharge, and we expect more PFAS groundwater legislation soon. Regarding drinking water, PFAS regulation has already begun. Public water systems like Holyoke are now federally mandated to test their drinking water for PFAS, and in 2029 will be required to install water treatment if levels in the water get up to 4 parts per trillion. For context, 1 part per trillion is 1 drop of water out of over 13 million gallons. Capital expense estimates range from $500,000 to $10 million in cost per town for a PFAS treatment facility. I inspect these facilities as part of my job. Direct operational costs plus indirect healthcare costs can add cents per gallon. PFAS is known to cause high rates of cancer, kidney and liver disease, fetal deformities, and other issues, which is unacceptable from a human perspective and also very expensive. Currently, Holyoke drinking water is clean of PFAS. This is something to be proud of, and is not the case in many other cities across the state and country, which are now facing enormous regulatory challenges. I urge the council to support this ban and at the very least require these centers to test and treat their waste for PFAS, because if their wastewater trickles into our water table, we will foot the bill soon. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Susan.
Hi, Susan Van Pelt, Ward 4. First, briefly on item 41, I'm a homeowner standing in solidarity with renters, and I ask that council please pass the non-binding resolution. Then on item number 58, the ad hoc committee. I think it's a good start, but I think that there's a lot that's missing. I have a whole second page just on that. On the interest of time, I'm going to move on, but I hope to get back to that second page if I have time. I ask that council please follow the usual good practice and due process and send it to committee for discussion and refinement. It shouldn't be passed on the same night that it's first introduced. On item number 17, please vote to enact the ban. A ban can be lifted at any time. It gives Holyoke the best protection and shows us that you'll fight for local control, not just for whatever is easy. If the ban doesn't get 9 votes, then reconsider and move to a moratorium. But a moratorium can get lifted automatically, and it's an artificial deadline that gets lifted whether the city is ready or not. So please vote for the ban first. Now back briefly to item number 58 until I run out of time. First of all, there is no expert in public health on that committee. There is no representative of the Holyoke Board of Health. There was no outreach to members of the consortium Action for a Healthy Holyoke, which had such a profound effect on the coal tom plant conversations in Holyoke. There is no experts in environmental sciences or environmental justice or social equity. There are no requirements for representation from the frontline community neighborhoods who will be directly impacted as sacrifice zones. There is no technical or staff support and no request to fund that. There's only one community representative on the board, and that is appointed at the sole discretion of the council president, who will also presumably appoint the council representative. So that's 2 seats filled by 1 person. It's not enough. And nothing.
We're at time. Thank you. I have Kathy. Kathy.
I agree with everything Susan said. Many of you know me, some of you don't. I moved to Holyoke 11 years ago, and I live in Ward 7. My name's Kathy Bisbee. I am a proud Holyoker, and I'm proud of the fact that I've been here only 11 years, and I'm happy to be a part of changes that we are bringing about in our community. You have a choice tonight. Not all economic development is equal. Not every project creates the same benefits to the public, carries the same risks, or aligns with our community's long-term vision. Holyoke has a right to decide what kinds of industries we want to attract and what kinds of development best serve our community. The question on my mind tonight is whether we know enough right now to make that decision. I don't think we do. This decision you're making tonight will shape Holyoke for decades. That's exactly why we're asking for caution, for a pause. to make sure the entire community has the answers we need first before welcoming a new industry to town. We don't have the answers to very important questions about how it'll affect our electric rates, our natural resources, our infrastructure, our residents, our water, or our long-term economic future. A ban does not prevent future councils from revisiting this issue at any point. There will be other development opportunities, many. Holyoke has a lot to offer, right? But once a new data center is built, it cannot be unbuilt. Find a way to pause this, please. And regardless of tonight's outcome, I hope that the conversation doesn't end here. This level of public engagement, and there were 4 groups, local groups organizing about this issue, shows that every Holyoke resident cares about the future of the city, and everyone from every ward is united. We want a meaningful voice in the decisions that are made in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilor Thalheimer has her hand up. Councilor Thalheimer.
Motion to suspend the rules to allow further public comment.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second.
All right. The motion was to suspend the rules to allow for more public comment. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Okay. So next I have Cynthia.
Hello. I'll say I'm a little nervous because there's a lot of emotions, a lot to say in 2 minutes. But Cynthia, live in Ward 4, and I want to share that I echo the environmental statistics and concerns that were shared. Also want to name on one of those statistics, 3 of our 4 families have asthma. My son is in Kelly School. We visit Ward 1 pretty often. And we'll name what was really challenging about the data center, which I'm here to support. You know, what is being proposed was to find out about this randomly on Facebook, which I don't visit often. So as a resident who is an environmentalist, environmental scientist, environmental educator, work with the city as a community liaison for the Municipal Vulnerability Program, really talking about climate change as residents, this was really concerning to find out randomly on social media. So I want to urge also communication. That's not it, but wanted to name that is really challenging because residents, especially my neighbors, parents that I know that go to Ward 1, they don't know about this and they're being impacted. We're being impacted. So I want to uplift, and I guess I favor what you're sharing, where there's a moratorium or ban. I'm really confused now of what is actually being passed. I don't like that. I think you all shared it during the ordinance committee that you heard the most comments for banning, prohibición, the data centers. So I'm urging y'all, if y'all can, amend this to make a ban. It seems like the nonprofits are being prioritized here over the voices of the people that are being named. So I want to name that as well. And recommend a comment that was made earlier, the ad hoc committee, it needs to have residents. It needs to have residents that are impacted by the EJ communities in Holyoke. It's a must. It cannot just not include them. Exactly. And I urge you all to also look into supporting the human rights in Holyoke when it comes to rent stabilization. Thank you.
I have Renkai?
Reverend Kai.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
It's okay.
Thanks.
It's okay, my handwriting is terrible. Hi, my name's Kai Wiswall. I am a resident of Ward 7. I'm a retired environmental lawyer. I am a clergy, the leader of a small faith community. I am a father of 2 young children. I come here in all those capacities. I'm not going to repeat everything that was said before about the environmental impacts, but I second all of it. I ask you, when you listen to the industry give their pitch, when millions of dollars are involved, you're going to hear millions of promises. But the record shows, go ahead and look at the other data centers. It's also millions of promises broken. Okay? Costs will rise here. And I ask the councilors, what kind of future do you envision for Holyoke? Is it any economic project, consequences be damned? Is it just that, we don't mind the most vulnerable communities and sacrificing them? Or do we want a vision of the future that actually uplifts everybody? I also want to approach one other aspect since, we've been doing a great job here in bringing our points. And that is that this project brings no identifiable public benefit. I don't mean just the pollution and everything. I mean that this is a project that is going to support and streamline the movement of money from working people's pockets to the pockets of billionaires. All right, and it is going to increase our social isolation. It's going to increase our political polarization because this powers our social media. It powers the things in society that are breaking us apart. That's all it does. Okay, so I really ask you to look in your hearts as to what is the future that you want. Now, we're blessed here in Holyoke. We're blessed with our location. We're blessed with our power and energy that we have. Let's use it wisely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Sister Mary Shea.
Hi. I'm here. My name is Sister Mary Shea. I'm here representing the Sisters of St. Joseph. But I'm also here representing Ward 1. I have been living in Ward 1 for 40 years. I am part of the group that established and is still running Homework House. And I'm begging you to take care of us, to take care of where this plant is. It's not even a mile from the school. It's in an area where, and I'm giving these figures now because they're accurate. Thank you, okay. I worked at Homework House, and mothers in the beginning of the year came in with the medicine for their children who all had asthma. Holyoke needs to do something about the pollution that we are living with. We not only have asthma, but our elders have breathing and COPD. What is a little time for us to just look to be sure we get the best of what we need? So I'm begging you, just give us that time. Just put a ban. A ban will allow us when you're ready to do it right. Okay? Because our lives are in your hands.
Thank you. Okay, I have Adam. Adam?
Hey, my name is Adam LeMay. I'm a proud Ward 7 resident of the last 2.5 years. Thank you so much, counselors. We need more time. You all need more time because this is a complex issue. And here's the thing is we need you to do something before your summer recess. I'm sorry that it's coming down to tonight. And you don't get to take all of the time that I wish that you had to make this decision on a ban or a moratorium, but it has to happen tonight because the vultures are circling. They want what we have. Holyoke has such wonderful, wonderful things about it, and they know it. This is an industry with nearly unlimited financial resources. You don't go hastily into a business deal with them. I'm a scientist. I've done computing research at places like Computing Center in the Flats. I'm a co-lead on a NASA mission that's going to put a rover on the moon in a couple years. And I'm telling you, this takes a long time to wrap your head around, and I'm still working on it. You might be thinking that maybe a little bit of economic benefit is better than a vacant lot. Let me tell you why the vacant lot's going to be better. So many towns and cities around the country have gone hastily into this and realized that that promise of the $2 million of tax revenue a year evaporated because of all the tax breaks that they get. Where's the guarantee? We don't have that tonight, so you all need another year or two to sort that out. They start off with plans for 20 megawatts. Where's the guarantee, right? They can spin up 10 times, 100 times that capacity in a heartbeat because of their unlimited financial resources.
Thank you.
Where's
We're
the
at time.
guarantee for us?
Appreciate it. Kristen? Kristen?
Okay. My name is Kristen Sykes. I live in Holyoke in Ward 7. And I want to thank the City Council for all your time and attention of this. I know you have a lot of pressing matters, and you've all been very responsive to our emails and outreach on social media, so thank you so much. I support a ban, and if that won't pass, at a minimum, a 2-year moratorium on the data centers, and I ask the council to take this action today. I know tonight we are speaking about policy, but we are also staring down a proposed data center as we speak. And to let you know what we're dealing with, I want to read to you from the Chestnut Ridge LLC developer's LinkedIn profile. Quote, "Would you like investments you can understand with returns that are better than you expect? Most importantly, our track record speaks for investment itself. We've never lost a single dollar of investor money. Quote, we can only invest when we're confident we can return your equity quickly, along with the strong returns." That's directly from the developer's LinkedIn. I'm a homeowner, a taxpayer. I serve many hours as a chair of a city committee. We need people and companies that want to invest in Holyoke, not make as much money as possible for out-of-state investors. We need a ban on data centers in Holyoke. And I'll also share, as a landlord, I also support efforts for rent control in Holyoke and statewide. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have Albert.
Hi, my name is Albert Williams. I'm from Ward 7. I wanted to thank the council for all of your work. I know how difficult it is. I also want to point out that I think everybody in this room is here for the same reason, and that's that we want to have a better city together. And our disagreement, I think, with the idea of welcoming a data center to the city is that we do not think it's progress. This is not the way forward. This is very much short-term thinking. We want to invest deeply in the long-term value of the city. I support strongly a ban tonight. The reason I support a ban tonight is simply because you cannot wait out the ban. We will need to actively get rid of the ban. Enacting a moratorium on the situation is really putting us in a disadvantageous state right from the get-go. Also, I do want to comment, other people have commented on the makeup of the ad hoc committee. If you do decide to move forward with that strategy, I think there needs to be more members of the public on that committee. I think we need to reach out to the expertise that we have in this community, because no one in this room can hold that expertise. We need to rely on people who are available to us as resources. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Stephen. Yes.
Stephen Bosco, Ward 4. I am a landlord, and I'm in favor of rent control. However, the devil's in the details, and I'm not in favor of rent control in whatever form it may take. There's a lot of proposals that are out there right now in the legislature, and there's compromises. I read about another one just this morning in the Boston Globe. And I would encourage the council to express a generalized support for rent control, but not vote on anything tonight. I think we need more details on what exactly is being proposed and what we are in favor of. I also wanted to read from a news item that I read a few weeks back In March, the Pew Charitable Trusts published a detailed analysis of Austin's housing boom and its impact on rents. Between 2015 and 2024, Austin added roughly 120,000 homes, a 30% increase in housing stock compared to a national pace of only 9%. By January 2026, the city's median rent had fallen from a peak of $1,546 in December 2021 to $1,296, placing Austin 4% below the national level, even as the city's population continued to grow. In apartment buildings with 50 or more units, rents fell 7% in a single year, 2023 to 24, the steepest decline of any large American metro. Class C buildings, older non-luxury units that serve lower income renters, saw rents fall 11%. So my question is, if they can do that in Texas, why can't we do it here?
Perfect, thank you. I have Francis.
I'm short. Oh, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. My name's Frances Wilson. I live in Ward 7, and I'm a Holyoke kid. And I didn't come to talk about the pros and cons of data centers. I'm not a data center fan. I want you to know. But I came to say that you all on the city council were elected by the citizens of Holyoke to do the best for the city and for its residents. And I'm here to urge you to meet that responsibility and do your due diligence. Figure out what are the costs, the risks, the benefits, if there are any, of having data centers here. And if the decision is yes, set some clear regulations and guidelines so it protects the city as much as possible. That's why we elected you. Please do it. I think a ban is better because it can be ended when the due diligence has been done. But whether it's a ban or a moratorium, do not let this go unattended so that data centers can just willy-nilly come in and do whatever the hell they want. Because that's really dangerous for all of us. So please, please protect the people who elected you. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Caitlin.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Caitlin Fogarty. I'm a resident of Ward 5. I am most uneasy with the environmental concerns that this has on public health with...
I'm pausing the time. I'm not a monster, I know.
We don't believe that. We know you're not.
The short people, thank you. Okay. While I am most uneasy with the environmental concerns that data centers have on public health, the fresh drinking water that is used in data centers is often treated with chemicals to prevent corrosion and bacterial growth inside the center itself, rendering it unsuitable for human consumption or agricultural use. This means that centers are not using extremely high quantities of drinking water, but they are effectively removing it from the local water cycle. In yesterday's Mass Live article, developer James Lavin said that the water used to cool the towers would be 250,000 gallons per day. He quotes, "This sounds like a lot, but it's a swimming pool." At 250,000 gallons per day, your total usage would be 91,250,000 gallons per year. To put this in perspective, the average U.S. household uses 100,000 to 120,000 gallons per year. As we are now in the collective AI tech boom, the high-density AI workloads are driving water consumption even higher. At this scale, even minor impurities in the wastewater can accumulate over time, potentially causing significant environmental harm, especially where wastewater is concerned. The issue is further worsened because we have seen that data centers do not always discharge their wastewater into public sewage systems. Instead, data centers' wastewater has been found to go directly into discharge into nearby lakes, streams, groundwater aquifers, where pollutants can enter the ecosystem unchecked. The Barnes Aquifer is located in close proximity to the site. This aquifer spreads to 4 other towns within its limits. Holyoke has wonderful facilities and events that draw people from outside our community here to Holyoke to enjoy. The Holyoke St. Patrick's Day Parade and Road Race draws close to 400,000 spectators to this city. It generates $20 million in economic impact for local businesses and organizations. How many of those spectators will still come when they know they are exposed to air pollution and forever chemicals? How many will pay for beverages with ice knowing they have...
Word time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Emma.
Hi, Emma Kerr, Ward 7. I agree with everyone who's been up here regarding the environmental issues. One environmental issue I don't think I've heard spoken about yet is the issue of heat. All of the heat that is absorbed through the cooling process has to be released somewhere. That somewhere is down in Ward 1. The heat that's going to be hopefully not released, but is proposed to be released by the Chestnut River Development will be coming off of cooling towers, which the developer in the Mass Live article said, I don't think people will even see or hear. I think they will. The nearest house I could find, shout out to you if you live in, 16 Cabot Street. You live 528 feet from the 100 Water Street driveway. I think that's pretty close. Data centers are reported to increase their local area by 1.5 to 4 degrees Fahrenheit. It's been pretty hot this spring. It has been up to 95 already in June, and we are dismissing students early from school. Schools like the elementary school, which is less than a mile from this location. I don't think we want it to experience a 1.5 or 4 degrees increase in temperature. The data centers that are proposed could potentially use a lot of our renewable energy. However, the one that is already proposed is already telling us that they are going to use diesel generators. As we have already heard, diesel generators produce a carcinogen that increase asthma rates. We have families living well below the poverty line at $16,000 a year. These people do not need additional health issues. The Hampton, Springfield, Greater Metropolitan Area has won awards such as the Asthma Capital of the Nation multiple times. Number 1, Asthma Capital of the Nation multiple times. We cannot be adding this health burden.
Thank you. I have Mary.
Hi all, my name is Mary Jones. I'm a Ward 4 resident and a homeowner. I want to say first of all that I support the ban and voting tonight on that ban for data centers for every reason everyone else just said, but I'll just highlight 2 quick things. So one is that the generation of Holyokers that broke their backs hand digging our canals and building our dam did not do it so big tech could profit off of our hard-won, cheap hydropower and leave Holyokers with the bill. The second is that a decade ago, we did not all come together to organize to shut down the Mount Tom coal plant to get a data center instead. The other thing I wanted to just highlight is my strong support for rent stabilization here in Holyoke and supporting both the ballot measure language and the language in the bill. Again, I'm a homeowner. I live on a really awesome block in Ward 4 that's about half renters, half owners. Me and my husband have been there for 5 years, and we're still the new kids on the block, right? But a lot of the folks who live near us are really seeing their rents increase, and I'm really worried that my friends who we shovel our streets together, we shovel our drives together, we help folks when they're in need, when neighbors pass, that we're not all gonna be able to live together anymore. And it's not like we're all best friends or that there's no conflict, but what makes resilience is community, and community cannot happen when people are being constantly displaced. So that is why we need rent stabilization.
Thank you. The person that was signed up was actually Mary Moynihan, but I do have Mary Jones on the list, so I didn't know if Mary Moynihan is here. Hi, sorry. Just want to make sure I didn't miss you.
Mary Moynihan, and I live on Dwight Street, which is Ward 4. And I can't add anything. I'm just so proud of everybody who spoke tonight. We have some very intelligent, accomplished Holyoke people, and I'm proud of everybody who spoke. I totally agree with the rent control and the ban on the data center. I did work with asthmatic patients when I was at Bay State Medical Center, and it's a very frightening thing if you have a child or if you're experiencing an asthma attack. It's just the anxiety alone when you cannot breathe, and to be putting that on our most vulnerable people. I know the next year or two is going to be really rocky for a lot of us, and we're going to have to stick together. And I'm so proud. I came here tonight to hear all you people, because I'm not comfortable with this. It's not what I want to be doing, but I'm really proud, and I'm so happy I heard what I heard. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Amelia.
Hello, I'm Amelia Box. I live on Taylor Street above the Stop and Shop. Just wanted to say I'm in support of what everyone else has said, and I'm against the data center. I'm a small business owner, and we need more jobs here, and the data center is not going to produce that for us. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Alyssa, Allison, I'm not sure, Caston, Ward 4. I'm sorry, I can't read the, it looks like it starts with an A. Okay, well, we'll come back, and if I didn't read your name, then maybe it was you, and we'll just go from there. Caitlin? Caitlin Moran? Councilor McGrath-Smith has joined on Zoom.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Caitlin Moran, and I live in Ward 5. Last year, my husband and I were lucky enough to have his family's support in buying a home here in Holyoke. But before that, I rented for 15 years. I remember what it was like to rent, and rent stabilization would have changed my situation completely. I urge you to all please vote yes on the non-binding rent stabilization resolution. I would also like to speak in favor of a data center ban. Data centers would be bad for Holyoke as well as all of the surrounding communities. And the environmental effects, as so many other residents have spoken tonight, are absolutely astronomical, and the human cost would be way too high. I would also like to say that Massachusetts is on track to have AI and data centers take over 500,000 jobs from our residents, which puts it on track to be one of the most at-risk states in the nation, which I don't think is something we want to be leading on. People are far more important than profit. Thank you. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Can I have James?
Hi, I'm James Lewis, Ward 3.
I think you've already heard most of my position on the previous meetings on rent stabilization. I'd highly recommend pushing that back to the state legislature. It is non-banning resolution. We would love to see a deal made there. But speaking of deals, I don't think we're ready for a deal on data centers yet in Holyoke. I think a ban is a wise idea, and here's why. It really comes down to a bunch of different elements, right? I want to paint a picture for you of something that I saw today in the 2025 annual report from Holyoke Gas and Electric. They said that they're on target to meet their decarbonization goals for about 2040, right? With modest investments over the next 15 years. That's spectacular. I talk to businesses all the time about energy, and you know what? None of them are anywhere close to that, okay? So in order to get to where we want to be with the decarbonization roadmap in the state in 2050, we're going to have to put some investment into our grid and other things too, water and whatnot. So really what it comes down to is this. If we want to engage in these kinds of business relationships and have these businesses invest back into Holyoke and live here among us, then we need them to put their fair share into this work. There's an energy utility down south. There's already secured $7 billion in investments into their infrastructure to make their grid more carbon neutral, right? To prepare for the future and to reduce costs for the residents. We could do the same thing here with good utility rates. And we are in a unique position because we're a municipal utility to be able to do that. To be frank, of the 351 municipalities in the state of Massachusetts, we could be the first to hit our 2050 net zero target, okay? So I don't see why we wouldn't prepare for that correctly. If we go now...
We're at time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
There wouldn't be enough money. Thank you.
I have William.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you. My name is William Myers. Everybody knows me as Billy. I live in Ward 7, and I have been living in Holyoke for 30 years. I had a studio right next door, 276, for 10 years, and I moved to Howard Street in 22. I worked at the Holyoke Children's Museum when they first opened. I worked at the Holyoke Museum when they actually had a museum before they had to sell the artwork and fund them from the library. I've also helped out with the murals in the library. I'm a conservator, but I'm also an enrolled member of the Mohawk community. So I can tell folks stories about cows drowned in oil up at the tar sands. I've been to Standing Rock. I'm also on the Haudenosaunee task force, environmental task force. So I really know what goes on with PCBs, and we can't even eat fish out of any of the rivers in New York City because of power plants and what have you. We also have a mantra in my community and most of the Mohawk community that what we do now will affect the next 7 generations. What I do is for all the children. We all have kids, and I always feel that all the counselors probably have kids and grandkids. So we have to think of the future. The Industrial Revolution really did a job on the waters back in when we had our paper, but I think we need to really have a good mind, like we say, in the basic call of consciousness. I think we all need to just look deep into ourselves and put money aside and profit. But thank you, counselors. You've done a great job, and I really support you, and I think we all need to vote for our counselors that are doing these great jobs for us. But thank you.
Thank you. I have Iris.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Iris Espada. Yo vivo en Lyman Terrace, en el barrio 1. Aquí está mi concejal, la señora licenciada Jenny Rivera. Buenas noches. Un saludo para todos ustedes. Estoy aquí para darles las gracias por todo el trabajo que ustedes están haciendo. Estoy representando al 52.4 de gente latina aquí en Holyoke, que he estado hablando. Ustedes saben que yo soy una advocate y me paso hablando con toda mi comunidad. No están de acuerdo con esto. Están de acuerdo con que pongan el ban a esta situación para que tengan más tiempo para que puedan resolver esto y que todo el mundo tenga beneficios, no solamente una sola persona. En estos momentos quiero decirles que he tocado puertas para muchos de ustedes y estoy muy satisfecha con su trabajo. Ahora les voy a pedir, yo me uno a la ciudad de Holyoke. Yo también me pongo ante ustedes y le pido que hagan su trabajo. Yo estoy aquí, yo amo a Holyoke. Yes, madam, I will. Por favor, pongan este van, cojan tiempo, investiguen bien, no nos pongan como guinea pigs, ¿ok? Gracias, que Dios me los bendiga. Oye, Red Control, no se olviden de eso. La ciudad de Springfield está bien adelante y nosotros somos los siguientes, porque ustedes lo van a hacer. Gracias.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chambers that I did not call who was signed up or who? Come on down. No. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because there was one name that I didn't read, so I just want to make sure everyone has a chance. I'm gonna go. Oh, okay. And then I have folks online, so I'll do that next. No, it's not on. You might have turned it off.
Okay,
There we
Jose
go.
from 139 Hillside. I don't think it's that complicated. Springfield is the capital of asthma here in our country, and we're just right next to it. The kids here, including me, grew up here with breathing problems, and I think you're thinking about it like maybe they'll give us some tax money, but like if you're okay with how much tax money is it gonna? Have you ever tried to wash blood off your hands with cash? It doesn't work. In that same way, a ban is the safest way to go. On top of that, I don't think you're going far enough. I think you need to inquire what our data centers being used for now, because MIT has a history of working with the IDF and making contracts all over the world to use AI, to use our water in Holyoke and our renewable energy to kill women and children in their homes and in their schools. So how much of that cash will it take to get the blood off? It is your responsibility. You're our elected representatives. It's going to be our fault too, but if you're not thinking that you're not going to have blood on your hands after these decisions, I don't know how you can convince yourself of that. And beyond that, I think you need to vote in support of rent stabilization, moving the dial in a way that favors renters, and then editing from there. That's our best approach forward, because right now people are starving, homeless, there's not enough housing, and people are on the street begging more and more and more. And that's our fault for not acting quickly enough and building enough housing. So think about if you can, try to get blood off of yourself with cash, just money alone, and see if it works. And think about the real impact of our data
We're
centers
at
killing
time,
kids
thank
all
you.
over the world.
We're at time, thank you. On Zoom, I have Brianna. Oh, I'm sorry, Brenna. I'm reading from far away. My apologies.
Hello, my name is Brenna. I am in Ward 2. You guys, much of what I want to say has already been said, so I echo it. Also, I think many of you heard my thoughts on rent control or rent stabilization, whatever you want to call it, yesterday. I did revisit the study I mentioned that looked at San Francisco, and indeed, San Francisco and California as a state had some kind of wacky laws that allowed landlords to exempt themselves if they basically destroyed the existing house. Any new construction after 1979, I believe, was exempted from rent control. So basically they just knock down a bunch of houses. And so anyway, long story short, rent control works, and any data that says rent control doesn't work is extremely specific and cherry-picked and should not be trusted. For the data center, I support and request and plead that you prioritize a full ban, and if, as somebody said earlier, if there aren't votes for a full ban, then go to a moratorium.
1 minute.
But I think it is. But I think it's important to start with a ban, start with the strongest, because you can always repeal it. In terms of the committee, I also, the advisory committee, I echo what previous people have said. We need experts in there. I think that the member of community should be at the very least specified to be a member of Ward 1. I would urge you guys to send this back to committee as well. You send almost everything to committee with the exception of the air raid siren, apparently, but that's a whole separate problem. So, you know, please send this to committee and do your due diligence and think through who really needs to be on the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Joe. Yeah, but I saw Joe's hand first.
Wasn't sure how to unmute myself, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I do not vote in Holyoke, I vote in East Hampton, but I have long-term commitments to Holyoke. I bought a two-family house that was the lowest price sale in, I think, 1998, around the corner from Wisteria-Hurst, and did the same thing in 2014, and returned those back to the rolls as safe, affordable housing for people. I'd like to comment on item 41, is Holyoke making a non-binding resolution regarding rent stabilization. And I'm a little concerned if you folks are planning on supporting any particular resolution, because at this point, I think there's 4 and possibly counting proposals that have been, that either Homes for All have made or that huge corporate landlords have made, not the small landlords like myself.
1 minute.
So I just would urge that if you do this, to do it as a very general resolution and not be supporting any of the particular texts until we have a better idea of where this may fall out.
Thank you. I have cocaine.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Well, I am just calling in because I've been watching the meeting, and I'm actually really proud of all the Holyokers I see in the room. I've heard a lot of comments about outside agitators, which is obviously not. I'm recognizing almost every face that I see. I'm so pleased to see everyone speaking out in favor of a ban. And I'm hoping that this does get, you know, that the council does vote for this ban, because clearly most of the people coming out want a ban. I mean, a ban is not irreversible, and it does give the city the time to figure out how to move forward. So I hope that all the councilors there are taking very seriously the voices of their constituents. I'm hearing a lot of Ward 4 in favor of a ban. I'm hearing citywide in favor of a ban. Actually, I haven't heard anyone call in and say they would prefer there not to be a ban. So these votes really matter from our city councilors, and Holyoke's watching.
1 minute.
And it's really important that you all take into account what your constituents want from you. And they want a ban. It's very clear. And if you don't vote for the ban, you're basically telling them that you don't care how they feel as long as they vote you in. And I don't think that's appropriate. So I appreciate everyone's time tonight. I'm so happy to see everyone out. And vote for the ban so we can take time as a city to figure out what's best for Holyoke. Thanks.
Thank you. On Zoom, I have Rosa.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Hi, my name is Rosa Gonçalves. I live in Ward 6. I'm 19. I was born and raised in Holyoke, and I'm finishing my last year in a physics bachelor's program working in computationally based research. Briefly, I want to say that Holyoke wants rent control, and it's time to pass that. Otherwise, I'm speaking in support of a ban on data centers in all of Holyoke, with the definition of data center excluding facilities with reasonably negligible pollution, majority operated by research institutions such as our MGH-PCC. Not only are they responsible with our resources, they give back through educational outreach programs like with Girls Inc. and Holyoke Codes, where I started coding myself. This organization is bringing jobs, education, and collaborative research to Holyoke. This is a good thing. In contrast, following case studies all over the US, we know that commercial data centers do not significantly increase jobs. They almost always put more burden on the average resident, whether by cost of utilities, taxes, or consequences of pollution. It does not take many human beings to manage a data center after it's been built, and the limited jobs that do need to be done are often handled by temporary contractors. We know that data centers cause massive damage to communities that are already overburdened and primarily of color, like ours. Why would we let a data center come into our city, pollute our water, our air, take our energy, drive up our cost of living when we have a poverty rate 3 times the national average already? There is no reason not to at least put a moratorium on this. It is beneficial for Holyoke. If it is beneficial for Holyoke residents, we will have at least a year to decide that, and if it's not, we'll have dodged a city-destroying bullet. If AI is as necessary and the future, as tech companies are trying to convince us it is, data centers will still be looking to be built then. But as someone who works with tech and is having these conversations every day, I can tell you right now, the way we're going about it currently is not sustainable. Holyoke is not afraid of change. Holyoke is unwilling to be bought. The real importance here, though, I want to know, is that we are all in this room acting like a community because we are. Imagine how much we could get done in the city if we all stayed as informed about other issues as we are about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought I saw a hand in the audience when I was trying to, so go ahead.
Hello, my name is Maury. I live on David Street, and I'm here to support the ban against the data center. I personally went around Holyoke putting up flyers against this data center because I was afraid that other Holyokers wouldn't care as much as I did. But I want to take this time to, really show that I care and other young kids like me care. And I don't want to see Holyoke or the water that I'm seeing painted on this mural, be drained and used for stuff that we can use on our own. And that's really all I really had to say. I really love this community. They care and I care, and I just wanted to show that support.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Burns, and I live in Ward 4. I've been living in Holyoke for the past 2 years, and I have to say that I love this city, and I love the community, and the support that I'm seeing here tonight is very energizing, and it's very empowering. I want to start off by first saying that I'm in agreement with the need for rent stabilization efforts here in the city. I don't want to get priced out here. I moved here specifically because I was interested in the community here and because it's one of the only affordable places in the valley. Where's everyone going to go if they get priced out? That's a consideration that I would need people to think about. The other thing that I want to talk about today with my time is the larger economic conditions that we need to be considering when we're thinking about putting in data centers. The demand for these new data centers is powered by the boom of the AI industry. However, the AI industry is in a bubble. There's 3 major entities, NVIDIA, Meta, Google, who are all working together and essentially passing around the same money to one another and not increasing the revenues. And when in August of 2025, a report was published that of the hundreds of millions of investments into AI, we're only seeing less than 5% of these industries having a return on investment. When the bubble bursts, will the data centers have been worth it? I don't think so. I think the ban allows us to have the time and clarity to see if we're going to be making it out of the bubble. Thank you so much for listening, and I really appreciate everything I've heard tonight.
Thank you. I have Mary, who's got her hand up on Zoom.
Mary Driscoll. I live in Ward 5. I just wanted to echo what everyone else said and give some more support from Ward 5 because it seems like not many folks in our ward have shown up tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Oh.
Hello, my name is Jordan. I'm in Ward 4. I also wanted to add, I agree with everything that everybody's been saying tonight, and I'm happy to see the turnout. I am not shocked, but more disappointed that at the same time that they want to give us a data center and ruin our water, ruin our livelihoods, that they also don't want to cap rent. So they expect us to pay more in rent for more health problems, less jobs, all of these things. And that's all I wanted to add, but thank you.
Thank you. I have Jose with their hand up on social. The last name is the same. Oh, just kidding. All right, never mind. Okay. Thank you. Oh, I had a letter got sent before the meeting to be asked to be read. This is from our mayor. It's a summary. He's unable to join this evening to offer testimony, and he's just respectfully urging the consideration of tabling the proposed resolution. As drafted, the resolution extends beyond expressing support for legislation currently before the legislature and also commits to a proposed statewide ballot question that may look significantly different or may not move forward at all depending on pending decisions. At this moment, there remains uncertainty, including an ongoing challenge before the Supreme Judicial Court and continued conversations around a potential compromise framework that differs substantially from both the filed legislation and the ballot proposal. Holyoke continues to face a challenge that many gateway cities know well. How do we expand housing opportunities, keep neighborhoods affordable, and at the same time attract development needed to grow? My administration has worked intentionally to encourage responsible development, strengthen our tax base, and create conditions for long-term investment of our city. We need more housing protection, rehabilitation of existing housing stock, and continued private and public investment. Policies that create uncertainty or discourage development could make that work more difficult, particularly for communities like Holyoke that are competing for investment. Development slows, so does the growth in local revenue that supports the services our residents depend on, from public infrastructure and neighborhood improvements to our schools and quality of life investments. This does not mean we should ignore the concerns residents have about housing affordability and rising costs. Those concerns are valid and they deserve thoughtful action, but our response might strike the balance, protecting residents while ensuring we continue creating the housing supply and economic conditions that help bring costs down over time. For those reasons, I would encourage tabling this resolution until there is greater clarity on the legal and legislative landscape and whether a compromise can be reached. If the body believes action should be taken now, I would support amending the resolution to remove references to the proposed ballot question and instead focus exclusively on legislation currently pending before the legislature. That approach would provide greater clarity of intent and send a more consistent message to Beacon Hill and to our residents. Holyoke deserves housing policy that is balanced, practical, and focused on expanding opportunity while protecting the people who already call our city home. Sincerely, Mayor Joshua Garcia. We don't have to do that. No one did that for you guys. It's all good. Thank you. All right. Moving into our agenda, let's see, we don't have, okay, so item number 3 from the city clerk and Jeffrey, the meeting minutes from June 2nd, 2026.
Motion to receive.
Motion has been made and seconded to receive. Are there any edits, corrections, discussion? All right, thank you, Jeffrey and Brenna, for your help. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And then we've got We still got the budget on the table. We're gonna go to, item 7 is, we were waiting for legal language. We have received the legal language. I'll read it into the record first. It's filed by Counselor Sullivan. It's an order to increase Schedule A, grade 17, from a minimum of $115,000, mid of $137,500, maximum of $160,000, to a minimum of $165,000, mid of $187,500, maximum of $210,000. Increasing this grade will improve recruitment and attract highly qualified applicants for the position of Chief Financial Administrative Office. I would entertain a motion to take this off the table.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, so item 7, we do have the legal language that was presented us. Counselor Sullivan, is there anything you wanted to, as the maker of the order?
No, I'm just very glad to see this going forward and hope that this helps with our search for a chief financial officer for the city.
Same.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? I would entertain a motion to receive the legal language and I believe adopt.
Ordinance, yeah.
Pass
The
pass the first reading. Thank you.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion the passage be ordained.
And a motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you are voting to adopt item 7.
Alheimer? Yes. Bacon?
No.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Brainy?
No.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Hanich?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
No.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
10 yeas, 3 nays.
With that, you've passed item 7. Item 8 is a communication from the mayor appointing Ryan Allen of Meadowbrook Road to serve as a commissioner of Parks and Recreation.
You receive and send a public service?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to receive and send to public service. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So moved. 9 is also a communication from the mayor appointing Mr. Brian Beauregard to serve as a commissioner of the gas and electric.
Motion to receive and send to public service?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to receive and send to public service. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So moved.
Motion to take up item number 41 out of order.
Second.
Juan, I couldn't hear you.
Motion to take up item number 41 out of order.
41. Thank you.
Motion has been made and seconded to suspend the rules and take up item 41 out of order. On the motion to suspend the rules, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, 41 is the Committee on Development and Government Relations, to whom was referred an order that the City Council declare its support for the attached resolution. Resolution urging support for rent stabilization to protect tenants and neighborhoods. It was recommended that the order be adopted. Councilor Purcell.
Thank you very much, Madam President. We've had very good discussion in committee about this resolution, and of all the discussion that was discussed, there were nobody against the resolution. The debate was to remove a part of the agenda, and the committee voted in favor of not doing that and passing the resolution as is by a 3-to-1 vote. And we heard from many citizens in favor of the resolution, and for good reason. I got elected to represent the residents of Barrio Cuatro, and that's what I'm doing. We've all heard all the people speak. The people have spoke in this chamber on 3 different occasions in favor of this resolution. I ask that we take a vote tonight at this present time to pass the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Devine.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Chair of the meeting last night. It was an excellent meeting, and I'm in favor of this resolution. And I looked at the Holyoke Sun, and they had a great article in it, and I'll be honest with you, some of the people that spoke, it almost breaks your heart that the rents are becoming so high for people. When I was growing up, we were told if you make X amount of money a week, that's what your rent should be. Some of these people are probably going to have to make $3,000 a week just to afford that rent. So I'm certainly in favor of it. I appreciate them being here last night, and I'd like to say try to think positive, and hopefully it won't be so bad in the future for you. But I'm definitely in favor of the resolution, which, by the way, is non-binding, and it's not rent control, which is a totally different thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you. I also want to thank a lot of the people that came out last night. I also want to thank a lot of the people that came out today, too, as well. I really appreciate the diversity of people that came out, and not just diversity just in general thought process, but also like backgrounds and professions that gave me ideas that if we do move forward with the ad hoc committee, that I'd be reaching out to some of you guys to hopefully submit your names. But with this particular topic, I think for me, what was important yesterday to highlight was there was opposition last night. It wasn't much, but there was, and it's within the language of the opposition or the people that weren't for rent control or rent stabilization, whichever it is that they were trying to convolute details, because this is specifically on rent stabilization. I think one of the most important things that stood out to me was how much was highlighted about financials, money, right? The dollar. And in the significant crisis we have right now around financials, I think people are more important than money when it comes down to it. And I just kind of got to put that out there. So I am in support of this, and I appreciate, again, the people that came out and spoke in favor of it. It is important that we recognize the effort it takes for constituents to be able to come and take their time out of a regular day and to actually take it's pretty brave to stand in front of the microphone when you've never done it before. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here or online? Oh, Councilor McGrath-Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. I mentioned a name that I've heard on both sides of this issue, and I understand the arguments that I am hearing from different politicians and state leaders, and also from folks who are developers, that by putting in rent stabilization, we will in effect, kill off development that's, incoming or make our city or our state unattractive to development, and thus we will see less housing production, and thus we will continue to be in the same position that we're in now. And the issue with that, as I've been dealing, with thinking through the ramifications of that, because on some level of macroeconomics it makes sense. The problem is that in Massachusetts, I went to a housing forum at HCC earlier this year, and Massachusetts needs, by the report that we read there, 220,000 units of housing in order for us to really satisfy demand. And of course, the concept is that if you just satisfy demand where there's actually a surplus of housing, we would naturally see housing prices decrease. But I will say, for a city of our, situation where we actually have, I think, a real capacity to take in a lot of new housing. And I had reached out to our planning director and to Alicia Zoller to really ask, how many units of housing are we currently bringing online? And between projects that are, guaranteed because they're in progress now, and, units that are, likely, but maybe not guaranteed, we have several hundred units coming online, as many as 500 in the next 3 years, which is really huge for our region. But when you think of that number, there needs to be 220,000 to start seeing any impact at all. I think that we can be housing friendly, we can be open to development, and it's still not going to make an impact enough fast enough, given what people are dealing with. The reality is that for the mortgage that I have on my house, and I feel very grateful to live in the house that I live in, it's the same as the apartment that I used to rent in Holyoke, which was a 2-bedroom apartment. And those things don't match, and they don't math. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Councilor Purcell?
I might also add that the opposition that did speak on this are speaking on behalf of the real estate industry that's pledging $30 million to fight this. What good could come of that $30 million by helping the people that are in need? That's the big question. And is the greed going to win, or is the need going to win? That's the next question. We need to make sure the need is met. And the scare tactic of, well, we're not going to develop anything. They're in the business. That's their life. Are they all just going to pack up and leave Massachusetts and we're going to be a desert? No, they're going to stay around and they're still going to contribute to doing the things that they've been doing all along. And they're still going to figure out a way to, I'm not going to say it, I will say it. They're still going to figure out a way to make the rent keep going up, whether this resolution passes or not, which is a non-binding. We're not writing a constitutional amendment here. We're doing a non-binding resolution. Simple as that. I'm sorry to get a little over my time, Madam Chair, Madam President.
Thank you. So I'm not seeing any other hands. I would love the I'm sorry, Councilor Rivera, Jenny Rivera.
Thank you, Madam President. So as the representative of Ward 1 and my ward, I believe along with Councilor Masonette's ward, we have the most buildings in the area. And working in the job where I work, my full-time job as well. So I'll just take a quick example. When the fires happened in South Holyoke, and we were trying to help house all these families, we couldn't find apartments for them. A lot of them had to leave to Springfield, which they didn't want, because now they had to go ahead and change their children's schools. And how they come to us because they cannot afford to pay the rents, because even find an apartment at that, because they have to make so much money in order to qualify for an apartment. So I was listening to everything, I was doing research, so I was confused with the whole rent control, and reading this resolution and non-binding and seeing what all of our clients go through, what the residents in Ward 1 go through with all the rents and not being able to find apartments and live a life, because everything's so expensive and the rents just keep going up and up. And just like Councilor McGrath Smith says, my mortgage is $1,100 and I have a 2-bedroom a 2-family home. And when I'm watching and hearing on Facebook, there's a 2-bedroom apartment and the rents are like $2,300. It's crazy. So with that being said, I will be in support of this tonight.
Thank you. I didn't get to go to DGR. Can I have 20 seconds to chime in?
I would never disagree with the president of the city council.
Motion to suspend the rules and allow our president to enter debate.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
I can like hear the whispering under people's breath. Like I can hear it. I can hear it.
You don't need a motion.
Oh, okay.
That's all I said.
Well, last term when I tried to do that, I was told I needed a motion, but I guess this term is different, so that's good. So anyway, I watched the meeting from last night. I was able to watch on the website, but I couldn't zoom in, so I apologize. I have read through this resolution. I recognize it's a non-binding resolution, so I'll probably vote in favor of it. But what I want, and I feel like sometimes I can't even bring a different perspective to the table, but like I don't think that I don't agree with the ballot question, and I think it's really disappointing that this was all lumped into one kind of resolution because it does sort of signal that maybe I'm voting in favor. I'm not sold on the ballot question. That doesn't mean I'm not in favor of rent stabilization to protect tenants and protect neighborhoods. For a while on this council, I was the only person here who was an actual renter. But I don't think that you can fix a chronic supply problem by capping the price for demand. I don't think just because something is good politics doesn't necessarily mean it's good policy, and I don't really agree with the ballot question. But I don't want folks to think that for whatever reason I don't support rent stabilization. I think two things can be true at once, so I wanted to give an understanding of that. I proposed this to the chair before the meeting. If there was an amendment, I would have felt better. If it, didn't include language, that's what the city of Springfield voted for last night. It didn't mention it wasn't this exact language. They unanimously passed it. But whatever, it's a non-binding resolution to show support for renters, and I've been a renter for most of my life, so I just wanted to provide those 2 cents. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, I just want to support everything I just heard from the council president. I was the lone dissenting vote last night, and I echo all her sentiments as well. And my main concern was how it affect. We have a group of very good developers in Holyoke that are doing a great job of bringing some wonderful housing online here, affordable housing online, and I had concerns about how that was going to affect them. But as has been mentioned, it's a non-binding resolution, and that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? All right, on the motion to receive and adopt the committee report, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to adopt the resolution in item 41.
Pellheimer?
Yes.
Bacon?
No.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Brainy?
No.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Panich?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
11 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay, with that, you have passed item 41. And we'll go back to the regularly scheduled.
Madam President,
Yes, Councilor Anderson Burgos.
I'd like to take up item number 17th out of order.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to suspend the rules and take item 17 out of order. I'll read it into the record first.
Actually, may I add 58 to it as well as a package? I should have said that because they go hand in hand.
What was the other number one?
58.
58, thank you.
Oh.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to suspend the rules and take items 17 and 58 out of order together as a package. On the motion to suspend the rules, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so I'll read it into the record. 17 is the Committee on Ordinance, to whom was referred an order that the Holyoke zoning ordinance be amended to add a definition of data center as a use and to clarify that this use is not allowable in any zoning district in the city. It was recommended that the order as amended be adopted. And item 58 was filed by myself and Councilor McGrath Smith, ordered that the City Council President establish by ordinance a temporary ad hoc committee to expire sunset by June 30th, 2027, to study and provide an analysis on the potential impacts of commercial data center development in Holyoke, including electrical demand, water consumption, environmental impacts, tax revenue, economic development opportunities, zoning considerations, public safety concerns, and best practices adopted by other municipalities, and to make recommendations to the City Council regarding potential zoning and permitting requirements. This ad hoc committee shall include one member from the Gas and Electric, Waterworks, or the Water Commission, the Green High Performance Computing Center, Planning Board, Conservation Commission, Office of Planning and Economic Development, community member or resident appointed by the Council President and the City Council. Councilor McGrath Smith.
Thank you. So this was, I know, a tangled web we weave, and that we initially took up the data centers ban in ordinance over a series of hearings this winter. And then the planning board closed their hearings and sent their recommendation to us, which was to agree with the ban. And so up in ordinance, we took up the order once we had legal language and voted to move it to council. When it came to council, I think there were a lot of questions that were serviced at that time. And it was then sent back to the ordinance committee for us to take it up again. I think folks know who are here, but just for the record, we were not able to reopen the public hearing because it would have meant that we would have had to vote to reopen it, say nothing, immediately continue it, notice it in the paper for 2 weeks, and then we could have another meeting, take it up again, open the public hearing. By then, we easily could have run out the clock and the entire order would have gone stale. And we would have had no protection at all and needed to start from the process from the very beginning. As a result, we also could not take public comment. And I thank everyone for coming tonight and speaking. Because we were not able to open the public hearing, and we need to make sure we were following the process by which you legitimately established an ordinance. The conversation in committee this last time really centered around what the concerns were that council had. Our folks, I think, that were just sort of being read into the issue and wanted to understand where it was coming from. Other folks wanted to understand the impact on the Massachusetts Green High Performance Computing Center and make sure that it really was allowed for them to continue existing and operating. Early on in the ordinance committee, we were very concerned about this. We knew they were in our city. We had made commitments to them, and they had been a partner in our city. And we wanted to make sure that they would be allowed to continue as a legitimate use. And so when we had asked our city solicitor, the initial understanding was that simply them being grandfathered in as a pre-existing use was enough. We didn't need to name it at all, potentially. What really came out was that it wasn't as simple as that, because any work that they were going to be doing, and they had already started to develop some work there at the facility, then immediately could not be done, and any work that was there immediately, they would not be grandfathered in any more existing use and would be banned. And that would have created a lot of chaos at a facility that has been a partner to us in the city. And so we established effectively a carve-out naming exactly who they were and that they could continue operating as a legitimate use up to a certain number of megawatts. I had asked for the legal form to include 12, and the reason why was because I had had conversations with the computing center. Again, this is all part of a process that, for me, I wish that information had come out earlier in the process, but the reality was that we were on a time crunch in order to move this forward without the order going stale, and it was me doing due diligence to make sure that I was bringing that to my committee and able to move it forward. We also realized, thanks to our principal planner, that it wasn't in fact a special permit that had allowed the computing center to come to the city initially, which sort of had been the history of it, right? These anecdotes can get passed around, and suddenly one thing gets passed around another person, and then it becomes known that something is done a certain way. And it wasn't a special permit. It was actually, our ordinances had been amended at the time. And under warehouses, data storage and processing had been allowed as a use. Without dropping that line, we then had an issue moving forward because it would have made it an allowable use for any warehouse. So thank you to our principal planner and to our solicitors who discovered that and said that also needed to be added in the language. And so we added that as a line that needed to be dropped from our ordinances. The ban itself, I think, from the committee, we had a spirited exchange back and forth. I think in general, the first vote out of the committee was 4-1. When it returned to us, I think there was a conversation around, is it a ban that moves forward, or if there's not an appetite to move a ban forward from council, if they're sending it back to us, do we look at moratorium language? So we also looked at moratorium language. You have both forms in front of you tonight. So if you are looking in your packet, you have 2 pages for 17. You have a legal form for the ban, and you have a legal form for the moratorium. I know folks have spent a lot of time going over it. It's a testament to the council that nearly every member here went to the ordinance committee and was a part of that discussion, was a part of the debate, was able to hear, where this language was developed from. The vote to push the moratorium forward failed. Only myself and Panich voted for it. Vacan voted no, and Talheimer and Rivera also voted no. At that point, I made a motion for us to then bring the ban back. But with the 2 new revised language pieces that I just named, dropping the storage of data and digital information underneath the warehouse definition, and also adding in the specific language about the computing center. So you have these documents in front of you today. The ban moved 4-1 again from ordinance to here. I'm open to hearing where the room is. You have both in front of you. I hope one of them passes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilor Rivera, then Councilor Vacan, Graney, and Devine.
Thank you. So, a couple points for me. I think one of the main things for me is where we got to the point of just creating the legal language for the moratorium. The understanding was at that meeting where we could have passed the ban, but we didn't. It came out, or details suddenly, or whatever information came out, that there was questions. So it was okay to send it back to committee or whatnot. Or we decided as a committee, as a council, to send it back to committee to kind of try to hash out what these questions were. I think for me, it came as a surprise when I came into the ordinance meeting and there was already legal language for a moratorium. For me, again, I was surprised by that. But I have to say that I'm strongly for a ban, and I will continue to be for that. Mostly because I hail from Ward 1, and the reality is if we do moratorium and eventually we design to, or the city decides to allow it or make it an allowable feature in the city, it would more than likely be either in Ward 1 or Ward 2, and I'd be vehemently against that. It's already a significant burden for those 2 communities to be carrying on a lot of the industrial activity that's happening in this community, hence some of the references to the asthma rates, hence to some of the references to what people deal with on a day-to-day issue when they're in those lower wards. I think with regard to making amendments for the existing data center, I wasn't here on the council when that happened. I would have probably voted against that as well, just so that people are clear. But to be honest, I don't understand the partnership, and maybe that's on my end, right? Maybe I have to cross the bridge and go reach out and figure it out. What is the partnership? What the trade-off is with the city? Because I'm still not I still have not noticed that yet. But the part that came to me as a surprise in the meeting was the idea of potential expansion. When did that come up, and who does that go through? So I think with that being said, I have to actually thank Councilor Mimi Panich, right, for filing this order back in January, because I feel like now that we're here in June, had she not filed this order, we probably wouldn't even be having this conversation at the moment, and we wouldn't be aware that there are several different quote-unquote data centers, depending on how you describe them or define them, throughout the city already. And although they may be at smaller capacity or smaller loads or whatever you want to call it, the technical jargon, to me, a lot of that is intentional, but it is what it is. It's amazing to me that no one has kind of brought that up. So when we're doing these things, it looks like we're against, not everyone, but myself, for example. I'm against a data center for a ban. Oh, but what about the one that's there? What about this one here? What about, well, it'd be really important for me to know that as a city councilor, right? Who is communicating that information that it's happening? Is it coming from the Economic and Development Planning Department? Like, who is telling the community that these are the things that are moving, these are the moving parts? So I guess for me, I just have to say that, yeah, the moratorium language came forward. Yes, there is the potential possibility of, quote unquote, us being sued. We've been sued for many different things on many different occasions for very worse things. I think for me, in my opinion, it's not a bad idea to actually be on the risk when it comes to fighting for community voice. This is actually a reason to fight and to be sued for. I'm not saying that I'm for being sued, but if we're gonna get sued, community voice makes sense, at least for me, in my opinion. So I think it is important that, yes, there are a lot of you guys here, and I appreciate that, but there are a lot of people that do live in Ward 1 and Ward 2 that would probably never come here or probably never speak out in public comment. And when I'm out there in Ward 1 or I'm on Main Street hanging out, chilling with the people, I'm hearing it on a regular basis. I'm hearing the concerns about what's going on. I'm hearing how things are looking different for them and their experience and where they live and where they frequent on a day-to-day basis, where sound issues are now issues for them that were never issues before, and now newer things that are coming in. And it's like, the question that I'm asked is, what is happening? And it sucks that I can't really answer that in a way that I feel like is coming from an educational like an aware standpoint of where I'm aware. So with that said, I'll vote just for the ban, and I'm making that clear. Anything else, it doesn't make sense to me. And I mean sense as an S-E-N-S-E. I'm gonna keep saying that because there's a difference.
Thank you, Councillor Bacon.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm going to offer the minority report because I was the member of the committee that did not vote for the ban. But I also am going to talk about process, which may be very boring to most of the audience, but it is something that really matters in the public. So let me just read this and then I'll ad-lib maybe a couple things. So regardless of which side you're on for debate, there's been violations of our rules throughout this process. Legal form is supposed to be requested by the committee. It is not supposed to be presented to the committee. The moratorium language, in my opinion, whether I'm for it or against it, is completely out of order because the committee did not request it, ever. One person on the committee requested it. So the moratorium language in the committee, as was reported tonight, was defeated by the committee 3-2. When a committee votes down a motion, it means it does not come to the city council. The chair can't just then say, I'm going to do a minority report and put this out because the chair voted in the majority. You can't vote for something and then put something else forth like you weren't for it. Just saying. So for the people who aren't for the moratorium, I don't think it should be in front of us anyway. So the other thing I'm going to point out tonight is the chair reported that the legal form in 17 includes language, this is now for the ban, that keeps the Green Performance Center whole with a permitted use up to 12 megawatts, except that the legal form in front of us does not have that in it. The committee voted to move to this council that language, that Councilor Rivera made the motion and amended his motion to add that language, but I'm just letting you know it is not in the legal form that we have on our desk. So those are, in my view, serious procedural problems. We need to be doing our business in the public. The public hearing, I think, was closed after 2 meetings. We should have had people from all the people that you're talking about in these work groups should have been people called into the public hearing. If we're going to completely ban a use, whether it's 2 megawatts, 5 megawatts, 7, 10, or 20, we should have a lot more information in the public than doing all the business on social media. And a lot of it was just very emotional, and it wasn't all factual, and it was a lot of comparing apples and oranges, but that is beside the point. All of the information that we're here looking at the legal form for should have been discussed in public. It is important that we do the business of the city in public, that if a committee is charged with asking for a legal form, we do the work and we properly vote it and we properly request it. So I will not be supporting this tonight. How we do things matters. We're having a lot of issues in this city with things happening in the back, coming out in the front, and nobody knew what happened. That needs to stop. And agree with me, disagree with me. I'm not saying I'm always right, because I'm not. I'm human. I make my mistakes. I have some votes I'd like to take back that I've made over time. But on this principle, I will stand. Thank you all.
Granny?
Yeah, basically, looking at both legal forms, I could possibly support a moratorium, but I cannot support an absolute ban. I just don't have enough information. I've been looking and searching for information. I need more information. A moratorium would give me that time to do it. To do the necessary research so that I can make a reasonable vote on this issue, taking into consideration both sides of the issue, which is my obligation to the people of Holyoke. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Devine?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of things. The ordinance meeting the other night, when Councilor Vacan talked about the process, did you mention anything at that ordinance meeting about the process and that paperwork that we got was illegal?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just checking to make sure. The other thing I did want to say is I wanted to thank everybody that was here tonight. I think it is important, and we certainly listened to you. I do want to say that I took a couple notes, and a lot of it was not enough information, which I totally agree that we don't have enough information. And one of the most important things, I think, in the majority talked about the environment and what it would do to the environment. So I'm certainly, that's why I like item number 58, because it talks about the environmental impacts, tax revenue, economic development opportunities, zoning considerations, all these things that I think the president and actually the vice president as well did this order, and I do like it. I think it's good. Then I was trying to think, as far as a ban, a lot of people seem to think that a ban, once you ban something, it's easy to get it back. I don't think it is. And the only example I could think of, and it drove me crazy trying to think of it, is they banned cigarettes for underage kids. Now, if you think the Congress is one day going to say, we want to lift that ban on kids that are underage smoking cigarettes, it's never going to happen. So I just want to let people know, and I don't want to insult you or anything, just because you ban something doesn't mean it's absolutely going to be unbanned at some point in the future. But I do want to thank everybody for coming in tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you. And myself, I would like to thank everyone for coming here tonight. Some of the people here I've talked to over the phone. I've also talked to a lot of people just in passing, whether it be at Stop and Shop or at the gym. I have two major problems with this. Number one, the public, there's a lot of plain disinformation going out there, and I'll say that kindly. I've done my homework, and I'll use one example about water. I won't go into all the rest. It'd take a long time. But Holyoke, in 30 years ago, Holyoke used 11 million gallons per day. Today, we use 4 million gallons a day, right? Our current data center uses on peak 1.2% of our water. This would have no effect at all. As a matter of fact, and this is coming from the Holyoke Water Department itself, all right? The possibility of another one coming online, and this one does say, and I've heard it confirmed here by the public tonight, that they would use 250,000 gallons a day, all right? So that would be roughly a 5% increase on our current usage, all right? All our reservoirs are at 97% capacity right now. We only, 3 of the reservoirs we don't draw a drop from, and we haven't drawn any water from them in over 25 years. The reservoir that we do draw water from has capacity of over 1 billion gallons. So this would have no effect on our drinking water, water pressure, or anything else that has happened in other communities where poor decisions have been made. So that is just one example of the disinformation that we need to sort through. I do share concerns around PFAS. This is an ongoing conversation.
Excuse me, no one spoke up when people from the public were speaking. Not a single one of us spoke over you. Remember what I said at the beginning of the meeting about respect? If you can't show respect, I'm going to ask you to leave. Counselor Sullivan has the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. We do have ongoing discussions in the city around our wastewater treatment plant, around PFAS. All of these things are in process. We have good people in charge of it. And just for the public, if it is that concerning, and we are taking it serious, everyone stop running your dishwashers. The last piece is the wording, data center, the terminology to be used in either whether it's a ban or a moratorium. You are including in this ISO New England, which controls the power grid for the entire Northeast, from Montreal to Philadelphia. You're including Holyoke Medical Center. You're including Amazon, many others that I'm not even mentioning, all right? But all we're talking about is the high-speed computing center. We have data storage units that support hospitals, medical research, cancer, cures, everything here located in the city. With this definition, you're blanket covering all of them in either a moratorium or a ban altogether as well. This needs further consideration. I do strongly support item 58, and we should move on that immediately.
Thank you. I saw Councilor Rivera's hand, but Councilor Panich has her hand up for the first time, so I'll come back to you, Councilor Rivera. Councilor Panich?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to address both the points that Councilor Sullivan raised. We may have plenty of water. The issue, and one of the issues that public health specialists in the public spoke to tonight is not, do we have enough? It is, do we risk contamination of our water supply? Contamination, as Councilor Sullivan pointed out, is an ongoing problem with PFAS. It may be an ongoing problem with other substances that are generated by this new technology. And once a contaminant is in our groundwater and in our rivers, it doesn't come out easily. And that is one of the reasons why I am hoping that we can pass something that allows us to regulate these things. The other is, if this proposed moratorium or ban did reach things like ISO New England, then obviously, yes, the language would have to be clarified almost immediately. And I say almost immediately because if this doesn't pass, we are unprotected. We need to pass one form of this tonight. But a thing about the zoning law, and City Solicitor Bissonnette will back me up on this, is that those uses, Holyoke Medical Center, ISO New England, the other large data center in the city, will be either protected as a pre-existing non-conforming use as long as it goes on doing what it's doing, or it will be an ancillary use and is not reached by this order, which only addresses principal uses. So basically, If you are operating legally today, and this order passes tonight, you have no problem tomorrow. You can still do exactly what you have been doing. Now, the High Performance Computing Center is a little bit different because they had old agreements with us that basically we needed to honor to the extent that we could without making our position worse. And I believe that that is what Councilor McGrath managed to do for us. So that language should be in both orders. I distinctly remember asking for it to be in both. And finally, I wanted to just ask Councilor Rivera to reconsider his stand on a moratorium if necessary. I still believe that a ban is the best form of this, basically because it doesn't expire. I do have some faith that we can amend the zoning law to get rid of it if there is a ban, the instant that we have a reasonable regulatory regime. And as I've said elsewhere, I don't think that we can fairly rely on HG&E to be our regulator. But it's a zoning ordinance. We change zoning ordinances all the time. Meanwhile, though, although, like Councilor Rivera, I prefer the ban, I voted for the moratorium version in committee because I think that it is enormously better than leaving us unprotected. And we will be. And if this process expires and we have not passed one or the other, we are in deep trouble. The temporary ban will expire. There will be no protection at all from a data center coming in here and doing whatever it wants to do. We have seen that Chestnut River in particular is talking about bringing in diesel. That emphasizes the fact that we can't count on HG&E. If a data center brings its own power, there is no limit. And I would love to see two votes. We can vote on the ban and then vote on the moratorium. But I really, really urge people to understand what this does, what it doesn't do, and get it into place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I have Councilor Rivera for a second time and then Councilor Bacon for a second time. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet? I just want to give the opportunity. Councilor Purcell.
Am I now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. First of all, if I agree with what Councilor Rivera said, if there's not an environmental justice community, if Ward 1 is not an environmental justice neighborhood, then nowhere in this city is. That is a neighborhood that we got to stop dumping on. Same with Barrio Cuatro and Barrio Dos. These are the high density areas of this city. If you live in Ward 5 and you live in Ward 6 or you live in Ward 7, you're not worried about a data center coming to your neighborhood. You're not worried at all. Whether it's a ban or it's a moratorium or if it's a pleasant thought, you're not worried at all because it isn't coming there. Why? Because they dump on the people they have the least resistance. Just go down to Ward 1. I lived in Ward 1 in the Tafford Apartments projects. 48 North Summer Street. Anytime they get the dump on you, they will. Why? Because they can. Now, as far as the water is concerned, I'm sorry my voice is gone. I have a vocal cord that's not working. As far as the water is concerned, we need to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. We can't go off data from 1996 about how much water we had then. And a swimming pool of water, is he talking about an Olympic-sized swimming pool? Or is he talking about a kiddie pool? Who knows? And when I just spoke about the rent stabilization, I said need over greed. Guess what this is? Greed. And as far as number 56, I was on the CAG, the Community Advisory Group, when they closed the Mount Tom coal plant. And everybody was for the Mount Tom coal plant because of the tax contribution. Guess what? We were getting taxes, but they were killing us while we were getting them with asthma rates skyrocketing COPD, probably the voice you hear right now. So if you want to just keep dumping money to the rich people, and you know what? Silicon Valley in California doesn't give a damn about Holyoke, Massachusetts. Not one bit. You know what they want? They want the greenbacks. That's what they want. Greed. That's what they are. Greed. And they want to take our natural resources. Sure, we live in California. We don't care if Holyoke loses all its natural resources. These are our natural resources. And if we want to start selling our water to somebody, sure, we could start like the Poland Springs. Let's sell it by the gallon. At least we'll get bang for our buck and we won't be killing people. And it pollutes, it's noise, and it's water contamination. Don't let anybody else tell you any different about the stats. All you got to do is use Google. That's what they tell you to do. Use your data now. We don't need more data. I got Google. This right here. This computer. Everybody has a computer now. Why do we need more here in Holyoke? We don't need any more. I'm for a ban, but if a ban doesn't get the proper votes, I'll go with the moratorium. Only because we have to do something. And so I think I agree with both votes, as Councilor Panich said. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know about y'all, but I love drinking this. This is life. It quenches our thirst. It keeps us cool in the summer. This is what we need to protect ourselves. There's a company that wants to damage this over my dead body. I want to pause everybody for 1 second. Just for 1 second. I heard over and over, we don't have enough information, you're not a specialist, so on and so forth. But you know, the people that came here to speak today, geez, some of them actually belong in our chairs. Because they've done a lot more work than a majority of the city council, including myself, because when some of you were speaking, I was like, well, you're just educating me now. But here's what I do know, and it's a fact. Even though we don't have enough information, but I want you to look at all the cities in other states across the country that are already dealing with this at the forefront. They're screaming, they're warning us. They're all warning us. So please do not sit in these chairs and just assume that a business that just came to our city is our friend and that we, for some reason, should defend it. No, absolutely not. I did not get elected to be someone's buddy at some business. No, absolutely not. Not on my watch, not ever. I don't think so. I also want to highlight a specific person that spoke today that nearly made my eyes get a little teary up. And that was Sister Mary. Over 40 years in Ward 1, doing the work, and she comes before us. If that didn't pull on your heartstrings and open up your eyes to a wise, right? Because we all say, listen to your elders, they've been through it. They know better. They've seen what happened in the past. They've seen what corporations have done to our environment that caused cancer, you name it. You name it. This is not a what this is a fight for our lives. A fight for Holyoke. We need to fight for Holyoke. And I don't care how much money you're going to throw in my face. I do not care how much money you throw in my face, because that only shows desperation. My grandma and my mama always said, if it's too good to be true, what's up your sleeve? Think about it. We don't owe anything to them. We owe everything to them. Everything. Everything. It says that's how simple it is. So a ban is what I would like to see. I'd rather have that ban and work backwards. And I'm not worried about the computing center, the Holyoke Health Center, or Holyoke Medical Center, or any of those other agencies and businesses that's been mentioned, because they will be fine. We are the legislative body. We're the ones making the decisions. I don't know how anyone has the heart to not support its community. For the life of me, I don't understand why somebody won't stand up and say, not in Holyoke.
Okay, I have Councilor Tallheimer.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam President. All along, what the people have been telling us what they want is a ban. We have the opportunity to move a ban forward. That is the thing that we are hearing across the board that people want. And as Councilor Panich mentioned earlier, is there the possibility of voting first on the ban, and if that vote does not pass, then voting on the moratorium? Because there is no way that we can come out of this meeting as legislators without protection for the city. If we do that, we are derelict in our jobs. And it is important for us to move on this. I know that it feels like this has been a complicated process, and it has, but it's important, and we need to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. So now, I'm not seeing, I've got everyone for the second time. I've got Councilor Rivera, Councilor Bacon, Councilor Devine, and Councilor Purcell. So, Councilor Rivera.
I didn't bring a spoon. I'm sorry if you see me eating with my lid here. But anyways, so I think I wanted to speak to item 58 too as well. With item 58, I agree with the committee and the concept of it. I think I would rather it go back to committee for conversation, or go to committee for conversation, to kind of expand on it. I think just listening to some of the people that were here tonight, I think I can name, not name because I don't remember all the names, but I'll go back to the video. But I could probably suggest 5 to 6, maybe 10 people that could probably serve on the committee, and to have just one seat from the community. I don't think it's fairly representative of just the community itself. But I just wanted to highlight something in collaboration, like just in combination with that. Maybe it's just me, but like and growing up in the Flats, and before that Hampshire Street, whatever you want to call it, I always gotten a sense of people always trying to talk to me in a way where I'm learning something. And it's not that it's condescending, right? Because we're always trying to learn and grow and make sure that you're grasping the information that's needed to make decisions and to move the best way for you to navigate through your lives or whatever. But even yesterday, in the meeting we had yesterday, when the people came in for rent stabilization, it's always feeling like someone's trying to tell us that we need to do something better, right, in Holyoke, or we need what they're offering us because they're going to save us. There's always a new initiative or a new community partner or a new business development or deal that's going to save Holyoke, save the Flats, or save South Holyoke, save the Latino community, or save the people that are homeless, save the people addicted to drugs, save the elderly, the veterans, right? But I'm 40 now. I still don't feel saved, just to be honest. Like, so I think for me, it's come to a point where, yes, we can hear from Holyoke Gas and Electric. Yes, we can hear from the water company. Yes, we can hear from whomever is on the ad hoc committee. But that's been done for quite some time, and I understand that that's a system that has been practiced out of the public administration like field and the theoretical practice of community engagement and all the other aspect. But it actually hasn't necessarily been working in a way that's beneficial to the public. Over the last however long I've been alive, I would say, or living in Holyoke. I remember before it was needles, it was crack capsules in the alleyways. And I used to collect the little colors because I used to love the colors. There was blue, there was red, there was yellow, there was green. So for me, it's like, it's not really changed, right? Like, we've gone from crack to heroin, and from heroin to fentanyl, and it continues to evolve over time. And I feel like when every time someone that is aware or that knows more is trying to tell me that I'm making a decision that will hurt the city, I think, you know what? Maybe it might be my turn to make a decision that can impact the city in ways that I feel it may benefit the city. So again, I'm gonna stand on where I'm at with the ban. I'm not gonna meet in the middle because for me, on this particular topic, I don't want that. I don't care for that. I'll be honest with you. That's not what I came here to do when I got elected. So I'm gonna stay where I'm at with that, and I'm gonna ask that eventually we separate item 58 and hopefully send it back to committee so that way we can hash it out and have more conversations on how best we can form a committee that represents the community and not just people that work for the city in a sense. And I'm not saying that in a way to like critique the makers of the order, because I understand that it was an effort to try to make something move in a way that incorporates everyone and brings ideas to the table. But I think that it might make sense for us to send it to committee, have more of a conversation, and try to expand on it if it's possible. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'll be brief. I just want to make a couple of technical points and acknowledge some of the information that we received tonight. So some of the people speaking, well, let me just cut to the chase instead of a big introduction. One speaker, and I haven't seen documentation of this, indicated that we have no evidence of PFAS in our water here in Holyoke now. And if that is true, that is really good news in more than one way, because we have had a data center here in Holyoke for 12 years. So if we have no PFAS in our water, apparently the data center is not putting PFAS into our water. So I think it would be important for us to know what they're doing, how they're doing it, and to really know what the effects have been of this data center. Because we've heard all the concerns and the fears, but we've actually had one here for 12 years that we can look at and see what has happened with it. Now, I'm not saying what this company is proposing is the Green High Performance Center, because it isn't. But what I am saying is that our city departments are going to vet the capacity, and this would be a matter that would also go to our planning board. So this is an interesting situation because we have zone changes proposed that would take away city council authority and give it to the planning board. In this instance, we don't want the planning board to be addressing it. We just want to stop it. So I just find a little contradiction there, but I think it's important to note the facts of the matter, if they are indeed the facts. And I've read enough articles now and found enough contradictory information where I have to try to go to a third level to find out what is really true on things. Because these days, when you do searches, you can't even rely on that level of research that the information you're getting is correct. And I've spent a lot of time on this, but I do think it's important for us to also know that that business that's putting out all this press has actually no application, no proposal, nothing with HG&E or the planning department. And I just think that's important information. Thank you.
Councillor Devine?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of things, I'll be brief. From 1990 to 2000, I was the Ward 6 city councilor. Then I came back in, I think it was 2006, at large. Then I came back again 2 years ago, and I'm a city councilor at large. There are 6 city councilor at large on this city council. And the only thing I want to say, and I'm sure my friend did not mean this, when he said that we were defending this business. I have never, Juan, defended this business. Never. You did say that. So I've never done it. Just want to let you know.
Purcell, Councillor Purcell?
I'll be very brief, Madam President. I'm old enough to remember the Mount Tom coal plant, as I've already brought that up. When they closed the Mount Tom coal plant, this city council appointed a committee of citizens from each ward. They were called the Community Advisory Group. I was representing Ward 3 because I lived in Ward 3 at that time. I agree with Councilor Rivera about sending this back to committee only because I want the citizens' representation on this committee. I want a citizen, at least one citizen from every ward on this committee, just like the Community Advisory Group, representing it. The people's voice was tonight. Why not have the people's voice for this and not one committee member that's going to be appointed? With all due respect, Madam President, you have that opportunity too. I want the city council to find somebody in their community that thinks good about these issues and have that person be on the committee. So I want this to go back to committee, please, and reconsider who's on the committee. Thank you.
Just to be clear, it's not going back to committee. It's on the agenda for the first time tonight, so it would be referred to committee, and that's fine. I'm not trying to pull a fast one, and I hear your feedback. I guess no good deed goes unpunished, but we can send it to committee. It's fine. It's not going back, though. I just really feel the need to clarify that. I still have more people in line, and it kind of honestly feels like we're having a full subcommittee meeting all over again. So, I mean, I guess my plead for that wasn't cared for. So I have Councillor Panich, Councillor Tallheimer, Councillor Sullivan.
Which one goes first?
Councillor Panich, then Councillor Tallheimer, then Councillor Sullivan.
Microphone.
Right into there. Now that's got it. Yes, I do appreciate this, and I'm sorry, Madam President. I will try to keep this as brief as possible. But I agree with Councilor Vega on a number of points. The problem which I think is getting glossed over here is that we do not have the structure for instance, the planning board to review this properly. They do not have the current rules that would allow them to examine all the issues that are raised by this kind of proposal. The entire point of this process, as far as I'm concerned, has always been to allow HG&E, the waterworks, every other city department that might have any interest in this, as well as either the planning board or the city council, to have a thorough process that allows us to both regulate and to put in enforcement mechanisms to keep the city safe. I believe we can do that. I agree with my fellow councilors that we probably need to think further about the committee. But that's the point of this. And again, if we don't pass one or the other, we don't have regulations. We do not have this has to go to the planning board and the planning board will protect us. The planning board can't unless we put the moratorium or the ban into place and we have time to build the regulations that will allow them to do this. That's all I've been trying to do, and I still think because we don't have a second bite at this, it is critical to do one or the other tonight. I'm not trying to condescend to my colleague, Councilor Rivera, who I respect tremendously. I'm just trying to make sure that everyone understands that this is our chance, and we do it now, or we've got a real problem. We can always lift it. So thank you, and with that, I will attempt to shut up and let you have a faster meeting.
Councillor Thalheimer.
Echoing everything I just want to echo everything that Councillor Panich just said, and also very briefly mention that there is a big difference between data centers and their setup. When we're talking about the High Performance Center, it's intentionally green. It's different than a regular data center, and we've talked about this in ordinance. I want to throw that back into the mix, and I want us to vote on something tonight, whether it's a ban or a moratorium. We need to do one or the other. Thank you.
Councillor Sullivan.
Yep. In response to two things. Number one, that it's critical that we do it tonight. I don't buy that at all. It's critical that we do it right. That's what's important, that we do it right. That's what's critical. I've heard disparaging remarks made about Holyoke Gas and Electric. They have done a fantastic job over the years. We've received national recognition, and every member of this council has praised them and praised them and praised them over the years. And now we're going to sit here and say that we don't trust them. They've already stopped half a dozen data centers and stuff. They have the capability to do that just in the rate setting. They've walked away. And it's been previously mentioned, right now, a lot of it, the comparisons we're hearing out there, we wanted to talk about apples and apples earlier. Some of the comparisons I'm seeing are battleships to kayaks. The examples that are being used, it's critical that we get this right, and we get it right the first time. And this one data center that is sniffing around is not a reason to push panic buttons. We already have the capability and the guardrails in place to stop in their tracks if we want and get this done right. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor McGrath-Smith.
Can I make a motion, Madam President?
Yes, I would love a motion.
Motion for us to accept the ban language with the amendment that I heard named by both Councilors Vacan and Panich. They are right that there is the language that says up to 12 megawatts is missing from the ban legal form. So my motion would be that we amend the legal form to add after shall continue as a permitted use, that we add the language up to 12 megawatts to section 3, and that we move this forward under a first reading to change ordinances.
Second.
The motion's been made and seconded. Let me make sure I got your motion. To approve the ban language with an amendment to section 3 that would add up to 12 megawatts.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
A question?
Councillor Devine?
So a yes vote would be for the ban with 12 megawatts.
Correct.
A no vote would be against the ban.
Correct.
With 12.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So.
And how many votes do we need on that?
Thank you for asking. This is a zoning ordinance, so 9 votes are needed to pass any zoning ordinances.
And then we'd still be able to bring up item number 58.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so on the motion to pass the, excuse me, you're right. I need to do a motion on the amendment first. So on the motion for the amended language, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Okay. So the amended language is approved. And then the motion would be to pass the
As amended
first reading
As amended, yes.
as amended. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay. Is there a motion to pass the second reading?
A motion to pass the second reading?
Second?
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the second reading. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
No.
And
Motion the passage be ordained?
a motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you are voting for the version with the ban and the amended language.
Paulheimer,
Yes.
Bacon,
No.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Greenie,
No.
McGrath Smith,
Yes.
Masonette,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
No.
Hanich,
Yes.
Purcell,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Sullivan.
No.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
With that, you've passed it. Okay, thanks. I have to be here all night, so thank you very much for coming, and thanks. Thanks so much. I need to continue the meeting because we have to be here all night. Thank you. And I would ask that if you're all going to disperse immediately, please have your conversations not directly outside of this door, because I'm really trying to get home tonight. Thanks so much. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. What do we want to do with item 58? I would entertain a motion to refer that to committee.
Second.
Motion to send to ordinance.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Great, so moved.
I wish I knew about that. I would have voted no. That amendment. I just should have never voted for it. Should have-
Back to number 10.
No, doesn't matter.
Item number 10 is a communication from our financial consultants that was requested, and I would like this to be referred to the City Council Finance Committee.
So
Second.
moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Item 11 is the license agreement with the, between the City of Holyoke and the Valley Blue Sox.
Does that go to finance?
That goes to DGR.
DGR? Motion to send to DGR.
Motion to send to
Second.
DGR. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 12 is the Mackenzie Field license agreement for Elms College. That also goes to DGR.
Send to motion to send to DGR.
All
Second.
those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Madam President, we have somebody that's not even in the room to vote. Will that person be able to vote when they get back in the room?
What does that mean?
Well, they haven't voted.
Who?
Counselor Anderson Burgos.
Well, he missed the vote. It
Fine.
passed, 9
Fine.
votes.
Okay.
I'm not going to wait for people to
All
show
right.
up at their seat
Thank
and actually
you.
vote.
Okay.
Motion to suspend rules, take up items 13, 14, 15 as a package and receive.
Motion has been made and seconded to suspend the rules and take items 13, 14, 15 as a package and receive. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 16 is the Committee on Ordinance, to whom was referred a special permit application from 1 Cabot Street. It was recommended that the special permit be granted with the following conditions. Would you like me to read the conditions into the record?
Yes, ma'am.
that the owner of the building always pay the commercial property tax rate to extent allowed by federal, state, and local laws for the duration of the special permit, that the business remains a minimum 30% Holyoke residents for non-security jobs, that the hiring preference be given to security personnel that are retired Holyoke police or a retired member of another police department that now lives in the city of Holyoke. There shall be no marijuana consumption on site, that the hours of operation be set according to city ordinances, that the applicant must abide by Massachusetts general laws and guidance from the Cannabis Control Commission, that the petitioner applicant shall confirm with the city and state health laws, rules, and regulations, including odor nuisance controls for the duration of the permit, that if substantial progress has not concurred within 2 years of issuance, the special permit and extension shall be required. Councilor McGrath-Smith?
Thank you. To show the committee report, this is for a business that is already related to Blossom Flower. Blossom Flower, which is a delivery business. And now the same owner, Damaris, is looking to expand with a Riverside Cannabis side of the business, which will focus on cultivation. They were able to bring us all the documentation that they needed. We did have them in a few times. And we were waiting for the safety letter from the Holyoke Police Department. They were able to go out and visit about 2 weeks ago and came back with a glowing report that the business was all set and ready to go. And so this moved with unanimous vote with recommendation. I ask that you adopt the committee report and approve the special permit with the conditions as attached.
Second.
Is there any other discussion? Motions are made and seconded to adopt the committee report and approve the special permit. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to approve the special permit.
Alheimer,
Yes.
Dakin,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos. Devine,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yeah.
McGrath Smith,
Yes.
Masonette,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Panich,
Yes.
Purcell,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Madam Clerk, I'm not sure if you heard me scream across the hallway.
heard
I said
you.
yes.
We heard. We're good. Thank you.
Jenny Rivera,
Sorry. Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
With that, you've passed item 16. I need a motion to suspend the rules to allow for a longer meeting.
So move.
Second.
Madam Chair,
Counselor Graney.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn and you call together a special meeting to finish the business of this body before the end of the fiscal year.
So you're telling me what to do?
No, I'm just asking you for a motion. I'm making a motion.
Okay, is there
that
a
all right?
second? The motion fails with no second.
No second?
So there was a motion made and seconded to suspend the rules to allow for the meeting to go longer. So all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, the ayes have it. All right, we're on to finance. Item 18 is the Committee on Finance, to whom was referred an order that there be a transfer of $2,000 as follows from energy, gas, oil, electric to overtime. Councilor Devine?
Yes, thank you very much. We had a great finance meeting, very busy finance meeting, I might add. So this first order, it was for veteran services, and that this will correct the deficit for the overtime line that they had, and for the War Memorial Building, and I got to start writing better than I do. This will bring up the deficit, so that motion passed.
Okay.
A motion to pass the first reading?
Motion was made and seconded. Is there a second? To pass the first reading under discussion. Councilor McGrath-Smith?
Have we made a motion to extend time?
We sure have.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, just make sure.
Nope, all good. Is there any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion's been made and Can you guys second things? Thank you. Motion's been made and seconded to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to approve 18.
Tallheimer,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Graney,
Out of the room.
Out of the room.
McGrath Smith,
Yes.
Masonette,
Yes.
Mercer and Belletti,
Yep.
Tanich,
Yes.
Purcell,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
12 yeas, unanimous vote.
Okay, with that, you've passed, that was 18. I would entertain a motion to actually take up items out of order for, Mike Gallagher's still here, and we have transfer requests that need to be passed tonight because it's the end of the fiscal year, and I'm not.
Second that.
Thanks. And Kelly Curran's on Zoom, so.
Okay, I have those, Madam President.
Where did they go? Oh, sorry. All right, so
And
48 through,
if I may, they're not quite in order, but it's 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, I don't know where 55 is, and 56. And we do have other financial transfers from the other night that Mike was here for.
okay, so 48 through 52? No, sorry.
There's-
48 through 56
Yeah. And again, I don't know where 55
and
is.
not 55.
Okay,
55 and 57 will go to finance. Got it.
that's right. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to read these into the record. 48 is a financial transfer request filed by Counselor Devine that there be a transfer of $2,600 from pay development specialist to pay overtime. 49 is filed by Counselor Devine that there be a transfer request of $39,251.16. 50 is filed by Counselor Devine that there be a transfer request of $10,000 from pay heavy MEO to pay overtime. 51 is a transfer request of $17,096.69 from pay parks maintenance. I hate maintenance, man. I hate that. To pay forester, pay overtime. 52 is filed by Counselor Devine, a transfer request of $23,680.96 from pay assistant CPO to unemployment compensation. 53 is a transfer request of $39,739.93 from pay professional accountant to, and pay assistant CPO to IRP leave time buybacks. 54 is a transfer request of $16,358.75 from pay associate solicitor to IRP leave time buybacks. 56 is filed by Counselor Devine. It's that the city council accept the provisions of the Massachusetts Historical Commission, $103,000, energy, no match. And I think that's it.
Okay, and there will be others coming up, but those were already done the other night. If anybody from the city council has any questions, Mike Gallagher, the director of the DPW, is here. To me, these are pretty self-explanatory, and the hour is getting late, and we do need to pass these tonight. But if you have any questions?
And I will also just say, Mike, thanks for being here, and Kelly Curran is here, and
That's right.
Jeffrey circulated a couple of memos related to these financial transfers in advance of tonight's meeting. So, Mike, if there's anything you want to add?
Well, I mean, it's been my first budget cycle of ending a budget. I took over in the middle of the fiscal year, and just my office staff and myself have been working on straightening out and covering the deficits in the budget lines as we get to the end of the fiscal year, and this is what we've come up with for transfers. And I'd also like to add the state historical grant that'll, as you've seen, the information was sent to you. That is funding that'll go towards the ongoing repairs of that and restoration of that wall at the Wisteria-Hearst Museum. And it's a big help having a little over $100,000 that we do not have to match come from the state.
Thank you. So just also for clarification, the financial transfers, the 48 is for planning and economic development. 49, 50, 51, and 56 are all DPW related. 52, 53, and 54 are HR related. So just in case, folks. Does anyone have any questions for Mike? Or Kelly, because she's still on the Zoom. Councilor Bacon.
I just quickly want to thank Mike for all the work he's done picking up the ball in the middle. So thank you, and thanks for being here so late tonight, too.
You're welcome, and thank you.
Anyone else?
I also would
Councilor
like to
Devine.
thank Mike, and I think he deserves a desk here somewhere because he's here all the time, but thank you very much for your work.
Thank you. Anyone else?
So motion to pass the first reading on all of
Second.
those?
Motion has been made and seconded to pass the first reading. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to adopt these transfers this evening.
Paulheimer?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Graney?
Yes.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Hanich?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, with that, you've passed those items. Okay. And let me just pull this out. Okay, cool. We'll go back to finance. This is item 18.
18, yeah, and I certainly don't want to tell the director of the DPW what to do, but you could leave. Nothing else. Thank you, Mike. So, okay, so item 19, we're on?
19, sorry, thank you. Item 19? You
have to
I guess
read
I
it.
didn't read it into the record yet. Item 19 is the Committee on Finance, to whom was referred an order for a transfer of $25,000 from cannabis stabilization to solicitor legal services. Counselor Devine?
Yeah, motion to pass the first reading?
Motion has been made and seconded to pass the first reading. Under discussion, Counselor Devine.
Yeah, Counselor Lisa Ball was on Zoom, and it's for legal fees that were owed and should get the law department through the end of the fiscal year, and with consultants used for cannabis.
Okay, anyone else?
Motion to pass the second.
Counselor
sorry.
Rivera, go ahead.
Just one question. Do we know how much, do you have an amount of, we have left in the cabinet stabilization? If you don't, it's fine. I can,
Stabilization was $25,000 to
Okay.
legal services.
all right, I can reach out. Thank you.
You could probably give the law department a call and they'd tell you.
Okay, motion to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to approve item 19.
Paulheimer?
Yes.
Bacon?
No.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Graney?
No.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Hanich,
Yes.
Purcell,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
11 yeas, 2 nays.
With that, you've passed 19. Item 20 is the Committee on Finance, to whom was referred an order that there be a transfer of $31,500 from pay volunteer coordinator, pay part-time custodian, pay driver, to pay nutritional director, pay utility person, pay overtime, energy, water sewer, professional services, motor vehicle fuel. Counselor Devine.
Yes, motion to pass the first reading.
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the first reading under discussion.
Neve, the director of the senior center, I can't remember if she was on Zoom or here, but she may have been on Zoom, I think. And the reason for one of the transfers is because the nutritional director went to part-time, so there were part-time hours, so that way there was able to have some extra money in the account. And the biggest part of the was the energy line order to not come up short at the end of the fiscal year.
Anyone else? On the motion to pass the first reading, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass the second reading, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to approve item 20.
Paulheimer,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Brainy,
Yes.
McGrath Smith,
Yes.
Masonette,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Hanich,
Yes.
Purcell,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With that, you've passed item 20. Item 21 is a transfer request, the Committee on Finance, to whom was referred an order of $15,000 from pay city historian to energy, gas, oil, electric, R&M other. Recommended that the order be adopted. Counselor Devine.
Yep, motion to pass the first reading.
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the first reading under discussion.
Yep, this is Wisteria Hearst. Megan from the Wisteria Hearst appeared, and this is the electrical costs have really been going up. And there's also been a couple of rain on the roof. Sounds like a song I used to know, but rain on the roof, so they're really looking into making sure that that's taken care of.
Thank you.
Before it gets worse.
Anyone else? Okay, on the motion to pass the first reading, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Is there a
Motion
motion?
to pass the second reading.
Thank you. Motion to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to adopt item 21.
Paulheimer,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Brainy,
Yep.
McGrath Smith,
Yes.
Masonette,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Hanich,
Yes.
Purcell,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Madam President, can we take up 22, 23, and 24 as a package, please?
Sure.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to suspend the rules and take up items 22, 23, 24 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 22 is a transfer request of $68,600 from FICA Medicare payroll specialist to postage. 23 is a transfer request of $500 from payroll specialist to overtime. And 24 is FICA Medicare to land court filings, Register of Deeds filings. Recommended that the order be adopted, all of them. Counselor Devine.
Yeah, motion to pass the first reading on all
Motion's
three.
been made and seconded to pass the first reading under discussion. Counselor Devine.
Yeah, Rory Casey unfortunately was ill that night, but he did send us a letter that was pretty significant. So on the first one, the transfer of $68,600, it was necessary to replenish the city's postage account and ensure sufficient funding is available to pay outstanding end-of-the-year invoices relating to tax bill mailings. During fiscal year 2026, postage expenditures have exceeded the original budget projections due to increased mailing costs. And then the funding source for this transfer includes a surplus with the FICA and Medicare account.
Thank you,
And
Counselor Sullivan.
Yep, I just wanted to note for the rest of the council, you're seeing another transfer out of FICA Medicare that's close to $100,000 so far this year. Over the last several years, every year it's been overfunded. You'll be hearing about it in the budget
Thank you. Counselor Graney? Can you please speak into your microphone?
I just didn't hear the rationale for the $68,000 in postage.
I will be happy to read it again. This was to replenish the city's postage account and ensure sufficient funding is available to pay outstanding end-of-year invoices related to tax bill mailings. During fiscal year 2026, postage expenditures have exceeded original budget projections due to increased mailing costs. And then the funding source for this transfer includes a surplus within the FICA/Medicare account. This account has historically ended the fiscal year with available balances, and we are projecting a similar surplus in fiscal 2026. These funds are available for reallocation without impacting payroll operations.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Anyone else? On the motion to, oh, I'm sorry.
Motion to
Councilor
pass-
McGrath-Smith,
oh,
you're good?
sorry.
Okay. The motion was to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to approve these three.
Paulhammer,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yep.
McGrath Smith,
Yes.
Masonette,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yes.
Hanich,
Yes.
Purcell,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With that, you've passed those three.
Item,
Item 25
yep.
is a transfer request of $20,389.79 from Pay Motor Equipment Repairman to motor vehicle fuel, R&M vehicles. Recommended that the order be adopted. Counselor Devine?
Yep. Motion to pass the first reading.
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the first reading. Under discussion.
Yep. This was for, the transfer is necessary to continue the city's aggressive tax collection efforts and to provide sufficient funding for the land court filings and registry of deeds recording expenses through the remainder of fiscal year 2026. The Treasurer's Office has made significant progress in reducing delinquent tax accounts. During fiscal year 25, the city had a total of 506 tax title accounts. Through aggressive collection efforts, close coordination with multiple city departments, and continued work with our tax title attorney, that number has been reduced to 341 accounts. We anticipate reducing that total by at least an additional 12 before the close of fiscal 2026.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? All right, on the motion to pass the first reading? All those in favor?
Aye. Motion to
opposed?
pass the second reading?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting in favor of 25.
Paulhammer,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Devine,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yep.
McGrath Smith,
Yes.
Masonette,
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti,
Yep.
Hanich,
Yes.
Purcell,
Yes.
Israel Rivera,
Yes.
Jenny Rivera,
Yes.
Sullivan.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With that, you've passed 25. Item 26, filed by, it's the Committee on Finance, to whom was referred an order that there be a transfer of $5,866.02 from Pay Office Manager to Uniforms Rental Service Dues and Subscriptions. Recommended that the order be adopted. Counselor Devine.
Excuse me, Madam President, I think we skipped transfer of $500 from the Treasurer's Office.
What number?
That would be number 23. No, wait a minute, yeah, 23. It's a transfer of $500.
I thought we did 21, 20, do we not do those?
We did,
22,
two out of the
23, and
three.
24 were as a package.
Right, but I didn't talk about the transfer of the $500, yep.
We already voted on it, though.
Okay,
Right? You guys made a motion to take up,
that's fine,
okay,
yeah.
all right. 25 is the Committee on Ordinance, to whom was, or Finance, a transfer request of $20,389.79 from Pay Motor Equipment Repairman to Motor Vehicle Fuel R&M Vehicles. Recommended that the order be adopted. Counselor Devine.
Motion to pass the first reading?
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the first reading. Under discussion.
Yeah, Mike Gallagher was here that night, and there was a vacancy in that position, and they had a deficit in those accounts. Fuel and repair costs have increased, and the trucks were used a lot more during the winter months, and that's why they need to transfer. And some of those vehicles are diesel.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, on the motion to pass the second reading, the clerk will call the roll. Oh, wait, the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion has been made and seconded to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to adopt item 25.
Dahlheimer?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Rainey?
Yes.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Stanich?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With that, you pass 25. 26 is the Committee on Finance, transfer request of $5,866.02 from Pay Office Manager to Uniforms, Rental Service, Dues and Subscriptions. Recommended that the order be adopted. Counselor Devine?
Yep, motion to pass the first reading.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the first reading. Under discussion.
Yeah, and this position was vacant, the office manager was vacant during the beginning of fiscal year, so that there was a little left in that line item. A combination probably budgeted the name of each turnover. Every time somebody left and came, they hired somebody new, they needed a new uniform.
Anyone else? All right, on the motion to pass the first reading, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to adopt item 26.
Dahlheimer?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Rainey?
C.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yep.
Stanich?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With that, you pass 26. 27 is a transfer request of $11,436 from Pay Hoisting Equipment Operator to Energy Train Station, R&M City Hall Annex, Central Fire Station, Elmwood Fire Station, Highland Fire Station, Holyoke Fire Station. Recommended that the order be adopted.
Motion to pass the first reading.
Motion was made and seconded to pass the first reading. Under discussion.
Yeah, these were all repair and maintenance of every single one of those, and it's ongoing because of, some of our buildings are fairly older, and it's just going on historically. The building maintenance, they need to be kept up.
Anyone else? All right, on the motion to pass the first reading, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to adopt item 27.
Dahlheimer?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Rainey?
Yeah.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Stanich?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With that, you pass 27. 28 is a transfer request of $31,646.99 from Pay Parks Maintenance Man to Energy, Gas, Electric, Water and Sewer, Supplies, Other.
Motion to pass the first reading.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the first reading. Under discussion, Councilor Devine?
Hopefully they're going to be fully staffed soon, and different utility transfers in some of the parks need to be done, sprinklers, splash pads, et cetera. And historically underfunded, and this may not specify where, but usually it's Springdale Park and Community Field. Laurel Park does have the fountain, so that uses some of the water as well.
Anyone else? Councilor Rivera?
Only that community field has its own revolving account, but that's a whole different topic. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, on the motion to pass the first reading, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to adopt item 28.
Pellheimer?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Rainey?
Aye.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Panich?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Unanimous vote. With
that, you've passed 28. Item 29 is a transfer request of $18,381.42 from Pay Parking Control Officer to Energy Dwight, Energy Suffolk, R&M Police Station. Recommended that the order be adopted. Councilor Devine.
Yep, motion to pass the first reading.
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the first reading. Under discussion?
Yeah, one of the parking control officers left, so the decision was made to only fund one position, and the city is exploring the possibility of hiring a management company to handle parking enforcement.
Anyone else? All right, on the motion to pass the first reading, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to adopt item 29.
Tallheimer?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Rainey?
Yes.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yep.
Panich?
Excuse me, yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With that, you have passed item 29. Item 30 is the Committee on Finance, a transfer request of $7,692.65 from Pay Heavy Motor Equipment Operator to Special Events Overtime. Recommended that the order be adopted. Councilor Devine.
Motion to pass the first reading.
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the first reading. Under discussion?
Yep. Currently, they have one opening for a heavy equipment motor operator, and it's for special events such as Fiesta Patronales, St. Patrick's Parade, and other events smaller, like on June 26th or 27th, the fireworks. They need laborers and supervisors on hand.
Anyone else? All right, on the motion to pass the first reading, the clerk will call, nope, I'm just kidding. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Second.
Motion to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to adopt item 30.
Tallheimer?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Rainey?
Yes.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Panich?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, with that, you've passed item 30. Item 31 is a transfer request of $20,000 from Pay Hoisting Equipment Operator to R&M Streets and Fixtures. Recommended that the order be adopted. Councilor Devine?
Motion to pass the first reading.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to pass the first reading. Under discussion.
Yeah, this was needed for, sometimes the DPW, they run out of signs and poles, and sometimes the state will order them flashing lights, but of course they don't give them the money to do that. And some are ordered, some are made in the DPW, some are already pre-made, and that's what the transfer is for. And also repair and maintenance of streets, that was for the paving contractor as well.
Any other discussion? All right, on the motion to pass the first reading, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Second.
Motion to pass the second reading, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to adopt 31.
Paulhammer?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Rainey?
Yep.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Roboletti?
Yes.
Panich?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With that, you've passed 31. 32 is a financial transfer request of $1,417.08 from pay motor equipment repairman to overtime. Recommended that the order be adopted. Counselor Devine.
Motion to pass the first reading?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the first reading. Under discussion?
Yeah, this is for the police fleet. The work needs to be done on vehicles, and they're trying to get it done and have the money last till the end of the fiscal year.
Anyone else? All right, on the motion to pass the first reading, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion to pass the second reading, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you are voting to adopt item 32.
Paulhammer?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Rainey?
Yes.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes.
Murphy Roboletti?
Yes.
Panich?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With that, you've passed 32. 33 is the Committee on Finance, a transfer request of $11,000 from pay senior civil engineer to professional engineering. Recommended that the order be adopted. Counselor Devine.
Motion to pass the first reading?
Motion's been made and seconded to pass the first reading. Under discussion?
This is the usual transfer that we have for Victoria Hoole's salary. She's the other engineer.
Anyone else? Counselor Rivera?
Just for the record, can we, how much is it?
It's $11,000 transfer.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, on the motion to pass the first reading, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Second.
Motion to pass the second reading, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to adopt 33.
Paulhammer?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Rainey?
Yeah.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes.
Murphy Roboletti?
Yes.
Panich?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With that, you pass 33. Thanks, Finance. All right, on to Public Safety. Yes, Counselor Thalheimer?
I was going to say, Madam Chair, none of my items are time sensitive. I'm happy to make a motion in the interest of time to table 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38 to move to our August meeting.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to suspend the rules and table items 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38 until the August meeting. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Item 39 is the Committee on Development Government Relations, to whom was referred a special permit application of Alan Feeney for the creation of a Feeney Family Cemetery at 2 Feeney Road. Recommended that the special permit be granted with the condition that work shall not begin until final approval is acquired from the Mass DEP. Councilor Purcell?
Thank you, Madam President. The Feeney family has been trying to get this plot in their family for quite a few meetings, and they finally got the approval of the Board of Health, and with the condition that the Mass DEP give their required work done, and we voted unanimously to approve it.
Anyone else?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve the special permit with the condition that work will not begin until final approval is acquired from Mass DEP. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to approve the special permit.
Hohenberg?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Greenie?
Yes.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Canich?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Sullivan?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With that, you have passed 39. Item 40 is the Committee on Development and Government Relations, to whom was referred an order that council approve the attached license agreement between the city and Holyoke Housing Authority for the installation of a Valley Bike Station. Recommended that the agreement be granted. Councilor Purcell?
Thank you, Madam President. Matthew Mainville from the Holyoke Housing Authority came in, said that this was dropped in his lap, and he would like to have it approved, and we unanimously approved of it. It's going to service Baldwin Village. They're going to put a bicycle bike station there at Baldwin Village. And I asked about, can we have one at every housing authority property? And he made a couple of statements, and he would love to see that. So this is going to actually help the people that live in Baldwin Village, and we unanimously said yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera?
I just wanted to add that this is funding from the Mass Gaming Commission fund that was allocated to Holyoke, and this is how it landed on his table, and that's where it's coming from, just in case.
Anyone else? All right, on the motion to approve the license agreement, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you are voting to approve item 40.
Hohenberg?
Yes.
Bacon?
Yes.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Devine?
Yes.
Greenie?
Yes.
McGrath Smith?
Yes.
Masonette?
Yes.
Murphy Ramboletti?
Yes.
Canich?
Yes.
Purcell?
Yes.
Israel Rivera?
Yes.
Jenny Rivera?
Yes.
Yes.
Sullivan? Unanimous vote.
With that, you've passed item 40. You did 41. Right?
Yep.
Councilor Panich?
Yes. Like Councilor Thalheimer, I would suggest that none of the charter and rules items for tonight are urgent, and if it is the will of the council, I would suggest that we take up 42, or table 42 through 46 again at our next regular meeting.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to table 42 through 46. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, these are motions, orders, and all that motions, so we're not discussing, we're sending to committee. Item 40,
Madam President, can we take up 66 with 47 because they're the same?
sure. There's a motion. to
Suspend rules.
Suspend the rules and take up 47 with, I'm sorry, what was that?
66.
66. Okay, so item 47 is filed by Councilors Devine and Thalheimer, ordered that the City Council adopt MGL Chapter 33, Section 59, municipal adoption of paid military leave. Please forward to ordinance requesting that this important legislation be taken up in the ordinance committee as soon as legally possible. And item 66 is an order filed by Councilor Bacon that the current MGL Chapter 33, Section 59 be adopted that provides military leave benefits for city employees. Send to ordinance.
Madam Chair, Madam President, may I have my name added to that order, please?
Sure.
Both of them.
I'll second the referral to ordinance.
Motion's been made and seconded to send to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Madam President, the next one's 40, I think it's 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. We've already done that.
Yep, so I have 55 and 57
To go
to finance.
Yep.
I would entertain a motion to suspend the rules to take items 55 and 57 as a package and send to finance.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Let me just read them, sorry. Item 55 is filed by Counselor Devine. It's ordered that the amount of $2,200,000 is appropriated for the purpose of financing the purchase and equipping of vehicles, including the payment costs incidental or related thereto. Sent to finance, 57 is filed by Counselor Devine. Ordered that the amount of $18,225,000 is appropriated for the purpose of financing the demolition, remodeling, reconstruction, engineering, construction, equipping, or re-equipping of various city facilities, roads, and sidewalks. Sent to finance.
Sent to finance, and Jeffrey and I will figure out a date to have the next meeting.
Sounds good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 59 is filed by myself, ordered that Rule 1 of the City Council be suspended for the purpose of the City Council going on summer recess, and that the July 7th, July 21st, and August 18 meetings be canceled.
Motion to receive and adopt.
Motion has been made and seconded to receive and adopt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 60 is filed by Councilors Panich and Tallheimer, ordered that Section 2.0 entitled Definitions of the Holyoke Zoning Ordinance be amended to read warehouse, a building used primarily for the storage of goods and materials for distribution but not for sale on the premises.
Ordinance.
Motion to give leave to withdraw.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to give leave to withdraw. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 61 is filed by Councilors Panich, Tallheimer, Purcell, ordered that the council amend its rules to allow the council president to sit down during all council meetings and to provide the president with a chair of appropriate height to see over the podium. Receive and send to Charter and Rules.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 62 is filed by Councilor Jenny Rivera, ordered that the DPW install a handicap sign at 76 Maple Street for Barbara McCarter.
For
Send
the
to Ordinance. And the Disabilities Commission.
Yes.
Did I forget anyone else? That's it, right? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And the handicap, wasn't there another one? I don't-
The Disabilities Commission? No?
That one, and then the other one.
There's someone else.
Traffic committee, or what is it? The parking committee?
I-
Parking advice,
I
right?
thought there was a third one we added, but I'm not coming up with it.
DPW.
Whatever you guys want. I literally don't care, so.
end of the
Ordinance
night.
and disabilities. Close.
Okay. All right, item 63. Do we vote on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
So moved. 63 is filed by Councilor Tallheimer. Invite the Holyoke Safe Neighborhood Initiative to an upcoming public safety meeting for a conversation highlighting the work that they are doing in Holyoke to create safe, healthy, and economically viable neighborhoods. Send to public safety.
Second.
All those in favor?
May I be added to that order, please?
Fine by me, sir.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 64 is filed by Councilor Tallheimer. Invite Roca Holyoke to an upcoming public safety meeting for a conversation highlighting the work they are doing in Holyoke to disrupt violence by engaging young people, police, and systems to heal trauma, find hope, and drive change. Send to public safety.
Second.
All those in favor?
I'd like to be added to that also, please.
Fine
Thank
by
you.
me.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 65 was filed by Councilor Bacon. Order that our internal auditor provides an audit plan, including scheduled updates to the City Council as soon as possible, but no later than August 31st, 2026, to be reviewed, accepted, and possibly modified by the City Council. This will usually be provided by the end of March each year. Note, under the policy direction of the mayor, the director of internal audit shall function with considerable independence and be directly accountable for his or her functions.
A motion to receive and adopt and send to the city auditor.
May I be added to that one, please?
Motion to receive, adopt, and send to the auditor. And I'll add Counselor Graney. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 67 is filed by Counselor Bacon. Order withdraw the 41 proposed zoning amendments described in a letter dated 2/12/26 from Planning Board Chair Niles, close the public hearings for the planning board and city council ordinance committee, and resubmit the changes as separate amendments, including the rationale documented in minutes of the planning board. Schedule new public hearings after the master plan is received and new zone amendments are proposed separately. Proper notice will include timely minutes documenting votes of the planning board.
Send ordinance.
Sent to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 68 was filed by Councilor Anderson Burgos. Ordered that the City Council issue a proclamation to headliner of this year's Pride Fest on June 27th, RuPaul's Drag Race contestant Jocelyn Fox.
Motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to
Second.
adjourn.
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So
Happy
moved.
vacation, everybody.
Yeah, right.
Nice work, y'all.
Ms. McGrath Smith, this is recycling.
Yeah.
Not that. No, don't take it out.